and their opinions. Now we'll hear from the representative of the civil society and private sector. Now, I would like to, in Federation of Rural Adult Catholic Movement, FAO, and member the Planning Committee on Food Sovereignty, IPC, to please take the floor. Mr. Vishas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wishing you all a happy Women's Day. I am here today on behalf of the millions of small-scale food producers and indigenous peoples of Asia and the Pacific, whose representatives met virtually at regional level and face-to-face at national level last week to discuss FAO thematic papers and advance food sovereignty and agroecology in our region. What follows is our collective wisdom on achieving these aims. Thank you to FAO for your ongoing commitment to ensuring civil society has a seat at the table where decisions that have a material impact on our lives and livelihoods are made. Actions to promote climate resilience. We would first urge the member states to think beyond climate resilience to climate justice, which takes into account the legal, ethical, and political aspects of climate change, not only the ecological. We support and promote agroecology, a climate resilient, just agriculture that protects biodiversity, addresses climate change, and encourages food sovereignty. The three pillars of climate smart agriculture are to substantively increase productivity, enhance adaptive capacity, and reduce greenhouse gases, supporting the principles of sustainable development. However, climate smart agriculture has a strong focus on technologies, policies, and financing rather than promoting smallholder-led agroecology solutions or acknowledging the financial and educational barriers they may face. As the shift from multilateralism to multi-stakeholderism proliferates across UN platforms, corporations have continued to gain control of the narratives for change. They have substantially failed to take action against their own excesses in spite of decades of warning and calls for action. The Rio Earth Summit was 30 years ago, and the biodiversity losses are still accelerating in a spiraling death dance with climate change. Biodiversity in the Pacific. We must understand the fundamental differences between the corporate industrial model of agriculture versus the agroecology of smallholders. In the smallholder systems, diversity at the genetic species and ecosystem levels is common and valued. Biodiversity feeds, clothes, and provides shelter and medicine for families and communities, is nurtured for its cultural and spiritual values, and provides ecological and economic resilience. A recent large-scale study found that smallholder agroecology increases biodiversity in the most cases with an average of 30% more species. As we heard from our brothers and sisters from this Pacific, we need mainstream biodiversity by centering the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and peasants. Inclusive digitalization. The FAO paper on inclusive digitalization tells us that corporates need to adapt their business model originally designed for large farm from industrialized countries to suit the needs of small-scale farmers in Asia and the Pacific region. But the perennial problems of smallholders in Asia and the Pacific are more basic. Many lack access to internet, smartphones, and digital skills, and cannot afford the high cost and skills of operate drones. Now we can ask, whether do we need drones on small holdings when the 80% people and 80% farm on less than 2 hectares? On the input side, agribusiness are joining the trend of getting farmers to use their mobile phone apps to supply them with data on the basis that they can give advice to the farmers. On the output side, big e-platform corporations can be seen buying their way into the sector and taking control of food distribution. Together, they favor the use of technical inputs and costly machinery, as well as the production of commodities for corporate buyers, but not for local markets. They encourage centralization, concentration, and uniformity, and are prone to abusing their power and monopolization. One Health. We commend updated definition of One Health to include ecosystems. The transition to address prevention of disease and invasive pests arising from industrial livestock production at last is long overdue, but very welcome. A cautionary note, the impact of stricter biodiversity surveillance and control measures on smallholders is rarely commensurate with the scale and risk of our system. In keeping with One Health approaches, biodiversity must start by making industrial livestock production safer to stop the rise of zoonotic diseases and microbial resistance where it originates. We commend Robin Elder's paper to you with its strong focus on the importance of partnering with smallholders, indigenous peoples, and civil society in addressing the extreme challenges of increasing zoonotic diseases and invasive pests. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwas, for your valuable perspective from the civil society, smallholders, and family farmers. Now, we may hear from the private sector's interventions. I now invite Ms. May Kanokwan, Executive Director of Asia and the Pacific Seed Alliance, APSA, followed by CEDAP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am representing the regional seed industry, and I would like to make a comment on item 15, State of Food and Agriculture in Asian Pacific region in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. We would like to thank FAO to provide us this opportunity to share our comments. So here we would like to emphasize on the role of seeds, as seeds are the primary basis of the food and agricultural supply chain system. So smooth seed trade and the accessibility of quality seeds for farmers in the region are crucial to sustaining the region's food and nutrition security and economic prosperity. During the pandemic, we have surveyed more than 100 companies inside and outside Asia Pacific region to monitor the impact of the pandemic on the overall operations of seeds and agricultural inputs companies. The report is now also published by the OECD seed scheme. The result has shown as a strong impact on the seed trade, followed by labor shortage, though there were gradual recovery by the late 2020. Still, many challenges and difficulties persisted, especially in the international seed trade. The COVID-19 pandemic actually accelerated digitalization and innovation in many areas of the agricultural inputs and food supply chain. We have observed that in countries where digital tools were implemented, the impact of disruptions was less severe. Limitations on the adoption and implementation of digital tools, especially in plants and plant products supply chain, may hinder the ability to achieve food security and improve nutrition as part of sustainable development goal, especially goal number 2, zero hunger. So to streamline and facilitate international trade and thus address many of the aforementioned challenges, a strong framework for public-private partnerships and private-private partnerships is key, as is strong international cooperation and framework for human resource development. Governments should recognize agricultural inputs as essential commodities and thereby formulate policies that enable ease of doing business for the domestic input industry, as well as facilitate and incentivize foreign direct investment. We urge that the harmonization of phytosanitary requirements concerning the international movement of seed be based on scientific basis in accordance with ISPM 38. This approach will be conducive to predictable international seed movements, which is crucial for food security and economic prosperity for all of our countries. It is also important that governments communicate clearly and in advance when there is a change in rules or new measures that will come into force. This will enable seed producers to have adequate time to prepare their quality management systems and adapt to changes in time, and thus ensuring farmers will have access to quality seeds without any disruptions to their sowing schedules, which is critical to sustaining sustainable agri-food systems on the local, regional, and global levels. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kanakwan, for your comments. May I now request representative of CEDAP. The floor is yours.
Excellency, Chairman, Vice Chairs, distinguished delegates from Asia Pacific countries, FAO representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to address at this 36th session of APRC on behalf of Center on Integrated Rural Development for Asia and the Pacific, CEDAP, intergovernmental organization. I would like to address in particular the item 16 on actions to promote climate resilient agri-food system in the Asia Pacific region. As you know, agriculture and aquaculture are important sources of food, nutrition, income, and livelihoods for hundreds of millions of people around the world. The global climate is changing, and its impact associated with the accumulation of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere from human activities, change in mean temperature, shifts in season, and an increasing intensity of extreme weather events are already occurring and is predicted to worsen in the future. So millions of people, particularly those in developing countries, are facing shortages of water and food and greater risk to health. And therefore, it is critically important to address these climate change challenges, especially in many Asia-Pacific countries, which are highly vulnerable. SERDAP and their partners have played a vital role in implementing many activities for climate change and mitigation and adaptation in fisheries, aquaculture, agriculture, such as improving knowledge of climate change and related natural disasters and their impacts for policymakers, researchers, development practitioners, and other stakeholders, and strengthening adaptive capacity to the impacts of climate change and related natural disasters in their member countries. To overcome these challenges, 4 groups of strategic action should be established as regional initiative as follows. Group 1, increasing climate resilience of farmers, farming system and breed available for farming. Group 2, increasing capacity to manage short and long-term climate risk and reduce losses from weather-related disasters. Group 3, improving sustainability of genetic diversity in broodstock as a resource for long-term continuous adaptation to climate change. Group 4, finding the potentials and developing the capacity of aquaculture, agriculture in mitigating the impact of and or sequestrate the release of greenhouse gas emission. It is suggested that combined efforts should be made for setting up a digital platform for regional climate change impact assessment, showing the possible effects of climate change on agriculture, aquaculture in different countries over the next 15 years, such as increasing temperature, change in rainfall patterns, storm intensity and frequency, increased carbon dioxide level, and sea level rise. This will be done jointly with FAO Family Farm Knowledge Platform, and this would provide reliable and up-to-date database and decision support system for governments, private sector, industry, and farmers with information to make informed choice about how they should be adapting their agriculture, aquaculture development and production system and related industries to climate change, defining adaptation strategy for the main environmental disease and genetic threats caused by climate change, to inform and guide local community organizations or cooperatives, communicating the results of the vulnerability assessment and adaptation planning and strategy at all levels, and implementing pilot projects on adaptation and providing capacity building required to better manage farming system. SERDAP, NACA, their country member and partners will collaborate and cooperate with FAO and other UN specialized agencies for building climate resilience in aquaculture and agriculture system for supporting 500 million of small-scale and subsistence farmers in Asia and the Pacific region. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, the distinguished representative of the civil society organization, CEDAP. Now I invite the distinguished representative of the civil society organization, IAFN, to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just clarify I'm intervening on behalf of the private sector. Thank you for this opportunity. In particular, it would be great to be able to speak specifically on item 18, identifying One Health priorities in Asia and the Pacific region. So again, thank you, Chair, and distinguished guests for the opportunity to intervene. Here are some private sector perspectives I would like to share. First, at no time has the vital role for One Health been more evident. And One Health maximizes efficiencies in human and animal health, and the private sector, including the private sector mechanism of CFS, is pleased to see FAO is coordinating with WHO and OIE using this approach. Since greater alliances between animal and human health researchers are needed to manage disease. Prioritizing, coordinating action to exchange the valuable scientific data and information will be key. And lessons learned from COVID, African swine fever, and other animal and human health crises should be shared amongst all stakeholders. These lessons can help governments make the best evidence-based decisions required to identify the correct actions in the most efficient manner. For this reason, we're very pleased to know FAO aims to strengthen and expand its One Health tripartite coordinations with WHO, OIE, and through the regional tripartite coordination group. We follow this closely. Private sector is also keen to provide its support and recognizes the importance that multi-stakeholders have to play in this collaboration. We would be remiss as private sector if we failed to mention the crucial role of Codex Alimentarius in protecting the health of consumers while enabling trade in agricultural products. This activity benefits farmers and consumers, and as a result, enabling Codex to perform its role more effectively and efficiently by addressing current capacity challenges, embracing new scientific and administrative methods of value evaluation, and ensuring adequate resources are available are essential actions in supporting global food security and trade. Delays in the establishment of standards and the resulting lack of national and international harmonization have had important consequences for market access, productivity, farmer livelihoods, and all this to achieve One Health. As has been underlined by FAO, countries need solid scientific knowledge on various topics covered by Codex Alimentarius, and its work to assist countries in developing these capacities and incorporating Codex standards and practices across value chains is vital. As many have said before, mentioning the importance of the livestock sector in regards to One Health, this is also the case. It's worth noting the vital role that livestock plays in all regions of Asia, including Central Asia. 1 billion people are involved in livestock value chains globally, with about half of these dependent on livestock for their livelihoods. 2/3 of the world's poor livestock keepers are women. We'll note this, and I hope you will remember that, considering it's the International Day of Women. Globally, the livestock sector contributes an average of 40% to agricultural gross domestic product. And disappointingly, though, livestock development is generally less than 4% of agriculture development budgets. This sector proportionately needs a much higher level of investment. But this investment could include innovation, and this is particularly true in animal health and the management of zoonoses. FAO should see its role to assist and improve all agricultural systems and innovations as they contribute to this. Technologies such as animal health vaccines, diagnostics, tracking, and treatment are essential. There is a vital role for digital agriculture, cold chain innovation, and proper animal husbandry among the areas where there is vital need to scale up resources. And much of this investment is currently being made by the private sector. But without the vital efforts of animal health companies and academic bodies, innovations can help manage animal health risks, but they can't get to the market if we're not all working together. We count on FAO's leadership in the standards that facilitate global agriculture. The provision of the service is a public good, and its reputation is built on scientific and technical rigor. This needs to be revitalized to ensure evidence-based, and this relies on FAO's scientific capability of disciplined experts. So it's extremely important that the functions of FAO in these areas be adequately funded, particularly the provision of independent scientific advice. This includes the need for member states to provide technical experts to join the efforts and to Codex. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, distinguished representative from IFM. I would like to request the distinguished representatives who will be talking next to limit their interventions within 3 minutes. May I now request distinguished representative of RTA Technology for our intervention, please. Mr. Samir Pandit.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very thankful to the FAO for this Asia Pacific Regional Conference 36. I'm Samir Pandit from the private sector. To start the initial, I continue with the comments from the member state delegates of the Korea and the New Zealand. We believe it would play a key role in the empowering digital agriculture and unlocking the power of digitization for the smallholder and the indigenous people. Digital technologies have the power to increase inclusion in the food system, linking farmers directly to the markets, speeding their payments and their repair returns. It can improve access to the information, rural advocacy, advisory services, resources, and the equipment, including for smallholder. Digital agriculture can also allow farmers to be more nature positive by making more efficient use of resources and farming with the precision to more ecological zone within the field. It can also help measure the changes in the food system through use of technologies like near-infrared sensing to see how our soils and our crops are doing. Digitalization shows us a path to normalize the opportunity to empower avenues for equal opportunities within the diverse groups such as the indigenous people, remote and or from the developing countries, developing areas, in the sense of access to the transport, market, capital, finance, and insurance. The Asia Pacific region and the FAO should make digital agriculture more accessible for all to unlock all these benefits with a few points. The point one, call for the rural infrastructure and the bandwidth. Without access to the broadband, entire communities are left behind in today's information-driven economy. Particularly those in rural areas, a farm food system must address the lack of connectivity and the related infrastructure to connect communities and create greater opportunities for the rural people. Second point, increase availability of the cloud computing in rural area. Cloud computing can be used to aggregate data from tools like soil sensors, satellite images, weather stations to help farmers to make better decisions about managing their crops, understanding their production environment. Prices are frequently prohibited in rural areas and developing countries. Nation should be putting a priority on accessibility. The point number next, use of remote sensing for global output of the environment health. Soil health is critical for the food production. Remote sensing gives the soil moisture data and helps in the determining the quantity of the moisture in the soil and hence the type of crop that can be grown in the soil. Through remote sensing, farmer can tell where water resources are available for given land and whether the resources are adequate. Land use calculation are equally important and the assessment of the crop rotation are extremely useful for the extreme weather. This could allow us to dramatically speed up the rate of which we can understand the agriculture system and measure its improvements. Early warning system for drought and weather related issue. Digital early warning system help farmers and scientists to get ahead of the
Mr.
weather
Pandit,
forecast.
please
Okay.
be concise to limit your deliberation by
Yes.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Maximum.
The next point, digital inclusivity, value chain, blockchain related. Digital technologies are changing the agriculture food system. Example, different stages of agri-food change can support trade and trade security in the private sector to supply to the new market. The next one is the digitalization in agriculture must consider subsidization at various levels. Subsidization of new technologies like electric vehicles and green energy has helped to advance their adoption. Similarly, support for the adaptation of digital technology in agriculture will advance the green and inclusive solution for the digital agriculture sector. As the FAO's new digital platform begins to work, we encourage groups like CFS Private Sector Mechanism Digital Association to include regular parts of the engagement, and the Asian companies are to able to bring their expertise to agriculturists around the world. To increase impact, solidarity, and inclusivity, it is important that the private sector must work hand in hand with the FAO, governments, and other parties. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pandit, for your contribution. May I now invite Mr. Stuart Oda, Alaska Life Technologies, to make an intervention.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to intervene. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Stuart Oda, and I'm the founder of Alaska Life, an Asia-Pacific-based agricultural technology company that builds turnkey vertical farms and precision agricultural solutions to help farmers maximize their productivity and efficiency by enabling data access and analytics. And our organization's vision is very much aligned to the FAO's vision to democratize access to fresh and nutritious food by democratizing how food is grown and to democratize the knowledge of that production. Digital agriculture is incredibly important given the complexity of the food supply chain and how interconnected and how vulnerable the food system is to disruption, as it has been really highlighted by the pandemic. While much of the attention over the past 5 years has really focused on the downstream digital innovations, what the pandemic has really brought to light is the opportunity for digital innovations to make improvements to the upstream aspects of the value chain. And this is very important for creating more, to improve community resilience, to democratize access to healthier, safer foods and nutrition, to create a more inclusive digital ecosystem. Technology can really play a vital role in accomplishing all these aspects. And as was mentioned by the previous delegates and speakers, and not to repeat any of these things, climate resilience initiatives are really focused on one critical factor, which is access. Access to data, access to technology, access to infrastructure, and access to financing. And there are many roles to be played by access to critical telecommunications and infrastructure and cloud computing infrastructure that was mentioned by the previous delegates that can allow and really unleash the opportunities that access to data and technology can provide for many of the primary producers across Asia Pacific. And what's really exciting about the opportunities here is that as climate change and the onset of climate change are really accelerating, the farmers have to make decisions that need to be corrective actions need to be taken in a much more shorter period of time. And in this environment, having access to digital tool sets and services is critical for farm operations to not only survive over the next 5 years, but to really thrive in the long term. Agri-tech companies from around the world are developing low-cost remote monitoring and automation devices to enable faster decision-making, smartphone-based farm management software to improve efficiency and traceability, and artificial intelligence and machine learning tools to enable long-term yield and plant health monitoring. And all these tool sets are helping to create a much more resilient, much more productive, efficient, and consistent food supply chain. And while many of these digital solutions were initially developed for application in high-tech vertical farms or greenhouses, and maybe in locations that are more sophisticated agri-food supply chains, the industry is rapidly adapting their technology for use in more traditional low-tech greenhouses, as well as in field farms. And as part of this transition to more mass market access and affordability, the private sector, in partnership with public sector entities, as well as in line with government policy, are working to make these tools available not only to legacy food producers, these large-scale legacy food producers, but also to the younger generation and the professional small, medium enterprise farmers as well. And in many cases, this has required a rethink of the existing business model, such as making digital solutions available free of charge to farmers in order to create a truly inclusive digital ecosystem in partnership and in coordination with the public sector. Ensuring the successful transformation of the Asia-Pacific food system to be more equitable and climate resilient truly requires cross-border and cross-sector cooperation and sharing of ideas and solutions. And we're encouraged every day by the many private sector players that are working to bridge the data and the digital divide. And I'm very personally excited by the speed of the technological innovation, the improvements in access and affordability that are provided by many of the improvements and milestones that are met by both the private and public sector, and ultimately the adoption of these solutions to improve outcomes for farms and for farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oda, for your contribution. Due to time constraint, we have to close these intervention sessions shortly. But before that, I would like to request, is there any intervention from the observers, especially from the UNs? I see no request, so I would like to ask you all to send your written interventions to the APRC Secretariat, and we'll post them on the APRC webpage as part of your official statement if you have any. I can see a request from IUCN, so I would like to request the distinguished representative from IUCN to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Today is World Women Day. We must recognize the contribution of women in the agricultural sector. At the same time, we also need to recognize the discrimination the women face, which prevent them from utilizing their full potential to bring solutions for the twin problem we are facing nowadays, climate change and biodiversity loss. IPBS in 2019 reported that by focusing on food production goals in isolation from other consideration, agriculture has become the leading driver of global land use change and biodiversity loss, which also contributing malnutrition, exacerbation of inequality, inequitable land and resource rights, and other undesirable outcomes. The environmental hazards generated by agriculture threaten the viability and sustainability of production, land degradation, pollution of water resources, decline in pollinators, and other hazards as already compromising the agricultural sector, while compromising ecosystem services like water supply and climate regulation. Achieving a sustainable food agriculture system therefore requires action in 3 areas: address consumption behavior and demands of agricultural land, reduce food loss and waste, achieve sustainable agricultural production. Support for sustainable agricultural production is closely aligned to the concept of nature-based solutions, contributing to societal outcomes such as food and water security and climate change adaptation and mitigation, while depending on gender equality, resource rights, local and indigenous knowledge. Land health is at the heart of sustainable agriculture, and while it is not a scientifically defined term, it is an effective concept for fostering dialogue between actions in agriculture and conservation sector, as demonstrated by IUCN's Common Ground Dialogue. With that, we offer a neutral platform to convene the government, state actors, private sector, NGOs, and civil society to work on a common future. This is all I have to say. Thank you, Chairman. Over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of IUCN. Now, it's time to hear from the FAO teams. I would now request the FAO technical officers responsible for these 5 papers has been presented to respond to their comments and questions. I call on Mr. Aziz El-Behri, FAO senior economist, to respond to the comments on the state of food and agriculture paper. Mr. El-Behri, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Aziz El-Behri, and I have been following along with my technical team colleagues, following the comments from the member countries, both in this session, but also the written comments received before. There are just a few general reflections. We have taken notes of all of your very insightful inputs. We appreciate the recognition by the member states of the effort FAO has put in following and providing the information on the COVID response and the impacts and the commitments to follow up on this ambitious program. We notice an insightful comment from Japan that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. We also welcome the comment from New Zealand that we recognize that different countries are at different stages of development, and all the digitalization has been mentioned across the board as one of the key drivers for agri-food transformation. We are also aware that it needs a lot of nuancing and policy support and capacity development commensurate with the country's priorities, needs, and capacity. And we have also noticed additional feedback from member countries on other experiences and lessons learned from the COVID responses so far, but also the way forward. And we are taking note of that and committed to move forward now in presenting and deepening our assessment and support to countries as they move from short-term response to long-term building back better agri-food systems, focusing on digitalization that is inclusive, that reaches small-scale farmers and vulnerable groups, that build capacity, as well as building the social protection, safety nets, and also linking COVID response to climate resilience and the measures associated with that, which were also tabled for item 16 and the others. So in short, number of insightful viewpoints tabled here. We take note of them and will be ready to respond in writing to all of them in detail. Over to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aziz Alveri. I now call on Mr. Demon, FAO Natural Resources Officer, to respond to the comments on the paper on actions to promote climate resilient agri-food systems. Mr. Demon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank member countries and observers for sharing experiences and challenges with adopting measures to promote climate resilient agri-food systems across the region. I've noted some of the specific areas for innovation and support that were identified by member countries, including things like evidence-based approaches for strengthening resilience, agro-meteorological advisory services, insurance, and early warning systems, seed systems and materials for climate resilient varieties, and also low emission value chains. I also noted the need to ensure that scaling up action should be tailored on the specific national circumstances of the countries in question and implemented in a consultative manner that meets the needs of smallholders, local communities and marginalized groups, while also taking advantage of the interest of other agri-food system actors to support, such as the climate change and some of the digital service providers we've heard from today. I also welcome support from member countries to engage in learning and exchange opportunities across the region on these and related topics. FAO stands ready to support on these and other priorities for climate resilient agri-food systems that have been highlighted here today, and also in national development and climate change policies, such as the nationally determined contributions, as well as countries' interests to engage in new measures, such as the Global Methane Pledge that was highlighted by our delegate from Vietnam. The issues raised by member countries reflected in the regional priority work areas for FAO in the region in 2022 and 2023, particularly on accelerating sustainable natural resource management for biodiversity conservation and climate action, as well as related efforts we are undertaking to scale up climate finance investments in agri-food systems across the region. So just to close, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say that I'm looking forward on behalf of the FAO team to continuing to work with our member countries to strengthen the resilience of our agri-food system in the region to ongoing and future climate change. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Demon. I now request Ms. Eva Galvez Nogales, FAO Agriculture Officer, to respond to the comments on the paper on digitalization in agricultural value chains. Ms. Galvez Nogales, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We are very thankful for the comments, the different perspectives shared, and for the suggestions received today, and also through the written comments that we have been receiving these days. I would like to react to the comments on item 17 on digitalization with some general reflections. We truly appreciate the alignment and the recognition from member countries, civil society, private sector, and others that digitalization is a key driver for rural transformation, and it has the potential to unlock many benefits for all those in the agri-food value chain in Asia and the Pacific region, and contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, we appreciate the many challenges that are facing these actors in the value chains, as was noted by the representative from Bangladesh. And in particular, we would like to express our willingness to make digitalization accessible to all, to indigenous group, as it was highlighted by the representative from New Zealand, also to youth, as it was commented by the representative from Japan, women, particularly today that it's the International Women's Day. And in reaction to comments regarding the need to provide appropriate technology for farmers in the region, that it may not be sophisticated solutions that may be appropriate in other contexts, we would like to emphasize that FAO approach always starts with assessing the needs of family farmers, small entrepreneurs, and other actors of the value chain in order to provide them with appropriate technologies so they can access markets, finance, insights, information that can help them make better decisions regarding the crops, livestock, and protect the environment. And then the second step would be then to build the local innovation and digitalization ecosystem, including through improving infrastructure, building skills, and supporting local agri-tech startups that may provide services to family farmers. We would like also to welcome the support that many delegates have expressed from their countries to foster regional collaboration and also collaboration at global level in coordination with the private sector, academia, and all those involved in making this digitalization inclusive for all. We have many activities planned for this biennium to scale up inclusive digitalization. We'll continue working with the 1000 Digital Village initiatives, with the international platform as well for digital food and agriculture. And as it was mentioned again, we will continue supporting the SEEDS Solutions Forum. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galvez Nogales. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received a request from our member countries. So now the distinguished delegation of Timor-Leste, you are requested to take the floor. Distinguished delegation of Timor-Leste. Please unmute yourself first and then start your deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my honor to represent the government of Timor-Leste and today and congratulate for the government of Bangladesh for the 36th Regional Conference for Asia and Pacific. And here to reaffirm our commitment in contributing to the global actions in combating hunger, main food security, and reduce poverty. Response to the COVID-19, the government of Timor, as through the Ministry of Agriculture, is responding the recuperation of our economy. As to know that the newest country we have developed, we have facing multinational challenges, but by using the management, including all of the activities for the agriculture, fisheries, agriculture, and also the livestock. Mr. Chairman, in the past 5 years, Timor-Leste continued experience to increase the incidence of a number of disease in animal, human and plant. Timor-Leste is also facing the problem of African swine fever in 2020 that almost wiped out all the pig population in Timor-Leste and the COVID pandemic. The attack of the all armyworm on corn and other crops that lead to failed production in the country. But the government was taking the policy to respond to that. So, in order to guide the intervention of the agricultural sector over the 5 years, we have established the strategic plan for 2025, and we have the 4 mutually reinforcing strategy objective to sustainably increase the production and the productivity of food crops, livestock and fisheries, forestry and industrial crops. The subsector to improve the value added or value addition and access to the domestic and export markets, to enhance the sustainable natural resource management, utilization and conservation, and to enhance the good governance and institutional management across the agriculture sector. The strategic development plan of Timor-Leste highly recommends sustainable agriculture and natural resource management in the rural areas for the country to generate income and create employment for the youths. Mr. Chairman, as a part of the intervention on behalf of the government at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, during the consultation in Dili on 18 February 2022, the national consensus that the government of Timor-Leste will further strengthen the collaboration with FAO in the area of policy, research and extension, which is promote climate resilient agricultural food system, One Health system, and inclusive agriculture value chain. We look forward to continue learn and share with all of you, FAO members, countries for this reason. In conclusion, I'd like to call for continued efforts and collective action to address the hunger, the food insecurity, and reduce poverty in our region through better collaboration, learning, and sharing among all countries of this region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Timor-Leste. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll again back to the response of the FAO officials. Now I call on Mr. Scott Newman, FAO Senior Animal Health and Production Officer, to respond to the comments on the One Health paper. Mr. Newman, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to colleagues. First and foremost, we want to express our appreciation for all of the written feedback, as well as the additional feedback received here today through this regional conference. And I think that we recognize, especially in lieu of COVID-19 and the links that exist largely between disease transmission amongst wildlife, livestock, people, and the implications that these diseases pose for livestock production and agricultural production, as well as conservation issues for wildlife populations, and ultimately the public health impacts that these diseases continue to challenge us and require us to take a more formalized One Health approach to mitigate and prevent impacts. I really appreciate the comments that we've received that really help us solidify our approach to expand One Health and to focus on One Health policy interventions and coordination mechanisms, inclusive of the ministries responsible for environment and natural resource management, in addition to the traditional One Health partners that we've been working with for many years, from both the veterinary sector as well as the public health sector. We also very much appreciate the important note to ensure that partnerships include the smallholders, the local communities, civil society, and private sector to implement One Health successfully, in addition to including and maintaining the relationships with our traditional government counterparts. We also recognize that One Health should focus on expanding support in the area of capacity development that incorporates linkages between environment and health, and the importance of protecting the environment and natural resources to safeguard our own health and the health of animals. As well, it's noted that we should consider how to effectively incorporate Codex Alimentarius and other food safety and AMR elements into the One Health work that comes in the future. As well, it was noted several times by several interventions that transboundary animal diseases as well as plant pests continue to pose major threats to food security and impact production and food security. So the food and nutrition angles as well as these food security angles in the context of addressing transboundary animal diseases as well as plant pests needs to be maintained as a priority area for us in going forward with our One Health work. And where possible, I also note that it was mentioned several times, the opportunity to increase innovations and technologies applied to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of these production systems and prevent diseases. And finally, I want to mention that it was noted several times that One Health should continue to support capacity development programs on zoonotic diseases, transboundary animal diseases, surveillance, diagnostics, and response to antimicrobial resistance, as well as identifying key areas for expansion with the wildlife and environment sectors. So as we move forward in the next biennium, we have many areas of work that will focus on maintaining the work that we are doing already with the sectors we've been working with, but also to look at how to expand and identify priority areas for a broadened One Health approach that aligns with the tripartite plus UNEP's vision in the Global Action Plan for One Health, and also is a regional tripartite priority, which is really the expansion of One Health going forward. So thank you very much for all of your insightful comments. We really do appreciate and we'll take them on board as we move forward with One Health programming at FAO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. I now ask Ms. Yao, FAO Sub-Regional Representative for the Pacific, to respond to comments on the paper on biodiversity in the Pacific Islands. Ms. Yao, you may take the floor, please.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for giving the floor. First of all, on behalf of FAO team, I thank the insightful remarks made by the delegation and also the observers right now, but also the writing comments provided online. We took all the interventions with high attention and importance, and will incorporate them in our work onwards whenever suitable. So from the deliberations today and also the writing comments, we hear the biodiversity degradation challenge occurring not only in the Pacific, but also in Asia countries as well. So from there, we see opportunities to facilitate the knowledge exchange across those two continents, Asia and the Pacific, and also to share the good practices between us. And also, we hear this very common recognition of the importance of biodiversity mainstreaming across the agriculture sectors, namely crop, livestock, fishery, and forestry, not only for the immediate agenda of food and nutrition security, but also for the long sustainability. So I feel appreciates the members' acknowledgement of FAO's ongoing work and commitment to mainstreaming biodiversity across the agriculture sector in the Pacific region, including the promotion of the ecosystem-based approach. FAO support is and will continue to be designed in partnership with and also based on the needs of the countries, using holistic approach, including the cost-benefit analysis to identify and address the trade-offs in each context. in the broader framework of the implementation of this newly proposed regional priority titled Building Sustainable and Resilient Agri-Food Systems in the Pacific, Small Islands, Developing States, FAO will continue to strategically engage with the key regional partners, such as ISPC, CPRAP, and also the members in the region, to strengthen the biodiversity work under the overall agenda of the agri-food system transformation in the Pacific region. FAO also appreciate that the members are supporting the development of this specific regional action plan to increase the mainstreaming biodiversity across agriculture in the Pacific region. We believe that this new development of the action plan will contribute to accelerating food system transformation and achieving SDGs in the Pacific region. And FAO would ensure the delegates and also all the participants that the Pacific Biodiversity Action Plan to be developed will engage all those stakeholders in the region, but also broad, including the governmental sectors, CSOs, private sector, and others concerned in its development process to ensure a participatory approach. And also we believe this participatory approach developed such a biodiversity action plan in the Pacific will also generate good buy-ins for its further implementation in the Pacific. With this, I thank you very much for your kind attention. Give the floor back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yao. I now ask Ms. Kazumi Ikeda-Larhad, FAO Chief Administrative Support Officer, to say a few words on the paper, the multi-year program of work 2022 to 2025 for the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Ikeda-Larhad, the floor is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the agenda item number 23, multi-year program of work for the regional conference for Asia and the Pacific. FAO would like to thank the members for all the constructive comments, suggestions, and the endorsement of this document. We would like to reiterate the strategic importance of the Asia-Pacific Regional Conference as an integral part of FAO's governance structure. APRC is a consensus-based and inclusive forum for dialogue and engagement. APRC is to promote the collaborative actions to achieve four betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life across this region. FAO would like to continue our close and deeper collaboration through the APRC in the coming years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Over back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kazumi Ikeda-Larhad. Now, I would like to request the rapporteur to actually summarize today's discussions. So back to Mr. Rapporteur. It's yours.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me present the summary report from rapporteur's part. We thank the countries for their responses to the four substantial technical agenda items 15 to 19 and 23 deliberated by the senior officers meeting in this session. I will provide a short summary of each of the agenda item and country responses in turn, but it's quite difficult task to summarize all those valuable rich inputs within a short time frame. Item number 5, state of food and agriculture in Asia and the Pacific region in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Message and takeaways. It is noted that COVID-19 has disproportionately affected different groups, particularly in the most vulnerable areas. And member nations called on FAO to continue its support to governments with policy advice, measures, tools, practices, and programming and social protection to overcome the COVID-19 impacts. Helping youth to enter smart farming and digital upscaling, and for many countries, developing urban food agriculture through digital innovations in this critical to improve the food security in the post-pandemic situation. Item number 16, actions to promote climate resilient agri-food system in the Asia and Pacific region. There are rich, valuable, and wide inputs in these aspects. Member countries highlighted a wide range of measures and approaches, as well as challenges to promote climate resilient agri-food systems in the region, including developing climate resilient varieties, crops and livestock, instruments for smallholders, urban agriculture, commitments to reduce emissions in agriculture value chains. Same way, emphasize the need or innovations in promoting resilience and investment in agriculture research and development. In addressing these challenges, member countries highlighted that actions will needed to be tailored to the specific national circumstances and local priorities and experiences, while promoting opportunity for the learning and exchange through common data sharing platforms across countries in region and globally. Member nations called on FAO to develop guidance on new innovations, technologies, and data sharing approaches for further strengthening member countries that could further support and accelerate climate resilience, including advanced agrometeorological advisory system, instruments for smallholders, urban agriculture production systems. Ensure the engagement of wide range of stakeholders in this effort, including private sector, public sector, and community sector. Scaling of inclusive digitalization in agricultural value chain, item number 17. The need for innovation, including digital solutions in promoting productivity, resilience, and supporting food security and sovereignty, has been emphasized by most of the participants. In particular, the distinguished delegates have recognized the opportunities that digitalization potentially offers to family farmers, women, youth, indigenous groups, and other vulnerable actors in the agri-food value chains. The critical need to provide appropriate and inclusive technologies to small farmers and family farmers in the region. This goes hand in hand with building and further developing local innovations, digital ecosystems, including through the provision of support to local startups and provide digital solutions to their farming communities to access markets, finance, and tailored information to help them make better decisions to manage their crops and protect environment. Member nations called on FAO to continue supporting inclusive digitization, providing guidance to member states on the matter, and building institutional capacity in the region. Support women resources development along the agri-food chains, and identify framework and modalities for strengthening the cooperation at regional and global level in accordance with the private sector, civil society, and academia. Continue supporting sustainable digitalization for all, including through their 1,000 digital village initiatives. Item 18, identifying One Health priorities in Asia and Pacific. Message and takeaways: we need One Health capacity building programs and a regional initiative, even expand it to the ecology of the health ecosystems, agro ecosystem. Member nations called on FAO to provide technical assistance to countries to strengthen One Health policy and capacity, enable development of National One Health Action Plan, in which mandates for priorities of the all contributing ministries, departments are included, establish a One Health capacity development program in the region, work with countries, international financial institutions, and regional organizations to develop policy and investment support for large-scale strengthening of the OS system. Item number 19, conserving, restoring, and sustainably using biodiversity for food security and nutrition in the Pacific Islands. Message and takeaways: emphasize the need for a more systemic, coordinated approach among key sectors and stakeholders for the sustainable management of biodiversity for food and agriculture in the Pacific region. Also highlighted that effective management of fisheries and aquaculture in the region through the blue transformation, as this is particularly important for the region. Member nations called on FAO to promote the cohesive action on mainstreaming biodiversity across agriculture sectors in Pacific region in alignment with relevant global and regional framework and initiatives. Ensure regional cooperation, including as regard the exchange of jump plants among the countries is essential for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity for food security and nutrition in Asia and the Pacific. Finally, item number 23, finally, the senior officers meeting deliberated the multi-year program of work, MYPOW 2022 to 2025 for the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. And the senior officers meeting endorsed the MYPOW for 2022 to 2025 period to frame the work of the regional conference, encouraged regular and systematic review of the performance and efficiency of the regional conference. Finally, I would like to thank all delegates on behalf of Nepal delegation for giving us this opportunity as a reporter and summarize the present the summary report in this valuable event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potier, for your nice and brief summary. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, we are already few minutes late, so without further delay, now I declare that the agenda items 15 and 19 and 23 are concluded. Thank you all for your cooperation. I would like to now call Mr. Dharmapuri, Conference Secretary, to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now go into a break for a little less than 2 hours. So we will reconvene again at 2 p.m. Dhaka time. So 2 p.m. Dhaka time, please take note of that in about an hour and 50 minutes from now, and where we again have a full timetable and we will move forward with the technical discussions of the day. Thank you all for joining. And as we have said before, all the delegates on Zoom are kindly requested to stay connected and not to exit the call. Leave the call on and please come back in about 2 hours time. So we'll see you at 2 o'clock Dhaka time again. Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Sì, sì. Sì, adesso il cinese. Sì. Sì, adesso russo e poi francese. Sì. Va bene, ok. Ok, va bene. Sì, va bene, ok.
Check, check.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome everyone back to this afternoon session of the Senior Officers Meeting of APRC 36. Before the starting of the meeting, I would like to invite Conference Secretary, Mr. Dharmapuri, to make a couple of announcements, at least so far I know. One is about the physical and virtual tour tomorrow's morning, and the other is about the drafting committee. So over to Mr. Dharmapuri.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please put up the slide again? The slide of the side events, please. Thank you to everyone in the plenary hall and on Zoom for joining us again after lunch. So before we go further with the session this afternoon, a brief announcement. As you see on the screen, we will have actually it's more like many more side events tomorrow. So we will start in the morning. There will be a virtual field trip for all those who wish to follow it on Zoom. And there is a physical field trip, which the government of Bangladesh has kindly organized for those who are here. So please note these are two different field trips. One for those who are physically present and are able to go out. And for those, all of the rest who want to watch on Zoom, there's a separate field trip as well. This will be followed by an event on the SIDS Solutions Forum that will be moderated and coordinated by the sub-regional office in Samoa, and they will be holding that event dedicated for the small island developing states. This will be followed at 10:30 by the side event on the Hand in Hand initiative, which, as you all know, is a flagship initiative of the organization and of the Director General. We will then have a short break if time permits, but then again at 12, which is officially the lunch time. But during the lunch time, we are going to have 4 side events. The first one on water scarcity, the second one on the International Year of Millets 2023, the third one on the United Nations Decade of Family Farming, and then the fourth one on the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture 2022. So these events will be conducted from the regional office in Bangkok, and these events will also feature many external speakers and also in some high-level speakers such as ministers in some of them. So you can access all the side events with the same link that you're using right now for this session and what you used today. So please use the same link and join the side events. They are not parallel, they are sequential, so they happen one after the other. So you have the choice to attend all of them, some of them, or I of course recommend that you attend all of them because they're all very interesting. And then at 2 p.m. we will start again the plenary session. Interpretation is available for the side events. So this is about what we'll do tomorrow. Before I hand it back to the chair, please send in your nominations for the drafting committee by email to aprc36@fao.org. Kindly send us an email of a person who will be the focal point for your delegation to receive the draft report later this evening. That will then the focal point can circulate within the country delegation. But please do send it to us so that we can send you the draft report and you have the chance to go through it and reflect upon it tomorrow morning before we meet in the afternoon for report adoption. So aprc36@fao.org. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dharmapuri. This afternoon, let's come to the business again. We have 3 agenda items, that is agenda item 20, 21, and 22. We'll hear and discuss on these items. The first item, that is agenda item 20, is on regional results, priorities, the 4 better, and the sustainable development goals. Agenda item 21 is on update on the development of the new FAO strategy on climate change. And the final item of this day is item 22, update on the development of the FAO science and innovation strategy. This paper have been posted online with a video in the regional dialogue area with members' comments on them. I invite members to read these comments online. I now invite Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, FAO Regional Program Leader for FAO at the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, to present agenda item 20. Over to Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Takayuki Hagiwara. I'm Regional Program Leader for the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank you for your written comment, which we will incorporate in our work. It is my honor to present the two APRC documents, which I introduced to you in the record format during the country consultation. The first one on the major result of the FAO activities in the region, and the second one on the priority for FAO in the region under the FAO strategic framework for 2022 and 31. Today, I would like to present the summary of these two papers and seek your guidance. The first, I would like to provide the context and the background of the last and the current 2 years. These two bienniums are very special, characterized by the COVID-19 pandemic. The current FAO Director General arrived in August 2019, and he immediately undertook deep transformative actions to ensure that organization is fit for purpose. One of his key agendas was the efficient and effective delivery of work, and he strongly promoted digitalization of the organization. When the pandemic caught the world with a big surprise, FAO was already moving toward the fully digital organization, which enhanced the use of information and communication technologies. Members and an FAO faced a lot of implementation challenges during 2 years, but we jointly and quickly overcame the challenges and started adapting ourselves to a new working modality. In addition, FAO and the members started aligning the country-level planning with the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework process. Finally, the region faced other major challenges, including the changes in Myanmar and Afghanistan. FAO continued working under the key principle of stay and deliver to remain present in these crises and continued help rural people who suffered the most from the crisis. So let me first provide you the summary of the paper on the major result of the FAO activity in the region. The previous 4 regional initiatives were adopted in APRC 35 for 2020 to 2021. The first one was on zero hunger. The second one was on the climate change and sustainable natural resource management and use. The third one was on One Health and transboundary animal and plant pests and diseases. The fourth one was on the SIDS Pacific component on food security, nutrition, and climate resilience. These regional initiatives served as a mechanism for delivery at the country level, facilitating greater impact of FAO work in the region. In order to deliver these regional initiatives, FAO in the region developed multidisciplinary program initiative. We call it MPI. These MPI were led by teams composed of experts among different offices, including headquarters and They were multidisciplinary in nature. The regional office allocated both regular budget and the TCP while mobilizing extra budgetary resources mainly at the country level. Responding to the emerging issues, FAO in the region developed an additional MPI on the COVID-19 response. We also realized that the importance of digitalization, and we started develop the digital village initiatives. In addition, in order to mobilize the resources, we also included JEF and the GCF and hand-in-hand initiative for pipeline development as a part of our MPIs. The result of the biennium were substantial and diverse and a lot. And hence, I'd like to ask you to go to the report and see the level of the delivery of these 2 years, which I would like to emphasize that the members and FAO jointly achieved so much despite so many challenges caused by the pandemic. Just to give you a bit of the flavor of our joint harvest, we quickly adapted to local conditions significantly altered by the pandemic, and over 500 projects were successfully implemented over 2 years, while delivering a total of $294 million. In terms of the resource mobilization, 237 new trust fund projects were developed, and we mobilized $313.6 million in a new extra budgetary resources, which also includes global projects that are being implemented in the region. In addition, a total of 169 new TCP were prepared with a total value of $35.2 million. Over 100 projects delivered life-saving emergencies, humanitarian, valuing at $130.2 million. FAO also launched new cooperative strategy and initiatives, which include hand-in-hand initiatives and COVID response and recovery program, 1,000 digital village initiative, and one country, one priority product, all of which will continue to be implemented during the 2023 and beyond. And today, we would like to seek your guidance on the following 4 points on the first paper on the major result, which are also listed in the paper. Let me move on to the provide you a summary of the second paper on the priority for FAO in the region under the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2023. FAO Strategic Framework 2022-31 was endorsed in the 42nd session of the FAO conference. The guiding principle of the strategic framework is to support the Agenda 2030 through transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food system for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. And FAO will implement the strategic framework through 20 program priority areas, which is PPA, which articulate FAO's thematic, technical, and comparative advantage to deliver. Based on the strategic framework, FAO in the region carried out a long process of developing the regional priorities. First, we identified the key challenges according to each of the 4 betters. Then we also identified the opportunities that we have in the region. We also conducted the field program analysis according to the 4 betters and the PPAs. The region has more and larger size projects among PPAs in better environment, followed by better production. Through the series of discussion, analysis, as well as considering our skill mix and experience in the region, trend and emergency issues, FAO in the region consulted with the government and came up with the following the proposed regional priorities. The first proposed regional priority is to transform agri-food system for sustainable production and healthy diet, which covers better production and better nutrition. The second proposed regional priority aims to accelerate the sustainable natural resources management for biodiversity conservation and climate action, which covers better environment. The third proposed regional priority is to support inclusive rural transformation for sustainable agri-food system and equitable rural societies. This covers all of 4 betters, but especially a better life. Our fourth regional priority targets the Pacific small islands developing states, seeds in our region, and aims to build sustainable and resilient agri-food system. These 4 priorities will be achieved through our expertise as well as regular budget, TCP, and mobilizing extra budgetary resources. We also have experts on cross-cutting themes such as gender, youth, inclusion, as well as data and technology and innovation. These 4 regional priorities are not exclusive, but inclusive. Each member has also its own priorities and specific needs. We will work closely with each member and develop a program under the umbrella of these regional priorities through a close consultation with the members. In addition, in order to bring about immediate result, we also have 4 cooperative initiatives which will be implemented through task forces. We will provide analysis, technical and policy advices, and help resource mobilization as well as development of partnership with international and local institutions. FAO reps, their teams, and each one of our regional, sub-regional, and country offices are committed to achieve extraordinary result with each member during this coming biennium through implementing programs under the 4 betters. Each program will be linked to one of the PPA, and we will be able to monitor our achievement. To work together as one team between FAO and the members. FAO in the region is requesting the members to endorse the following 5 points. And thank you for your continued proactive efforts to transform to efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food system for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and better life, leaving no one behind. And thank you for your kind attention. Over to you, the Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hagiwara, for your 2 presentations. This focuses on the strengthened partnership and the many FAO initiatives that will achieve inclusive, measurable, and transformative changes. Well, the floor is now open to those delegations who wish to speak on agenda item 20. I kindly request that interventions be no longer than 3 minutes so that all delegations have an equal opportunity to speak in the limited timetable. The distinguished delegation of Malaysia has the floor now, followed by the delegation of India. So over to Malaysian delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Malaysia welcomes the priorities under the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 until 2031 in Asia and Pacific region. Malaysia's National Agri-Food Policy NAP 2021 until 2030 emphasized 3 key policies principles, which is in line with the 4 regional priorities, namely to develop a highly competitive and innovative agri-food sector, to alleviate the well-being of food producers and inclusivity, and the paradigm shift towards a sustainable food system. So, Mr. Chairperson, Malaysia places significant importance of all 4 regional priorities. It is imperative that emphasis is given to fostering strategic partnership, creating holistic and conducive environments for the adoptions of agri-food system, and promoting digitalization and mechanizations. So on the original area of emphasis under program priority area blue transformations, we propose that its expansion into the development of fisheries management plan, especially for the tropical fisheries, to complement the existing priorities areas on the development of the capacity of fishery stock assessment. In addition to that, it is worth to include PPA One Health into the regional priority area of emphasis, focusing on specific capacity development in the prevention of zoonotic disease. Malaysia recognized the application of FAO's 4 cross-sectoral accelerators in all its programmatic interventions, including technology, innovation, data, and complements. Malaysia encouraged FAO to ensure that the 3 cross-cutting themes of gender, youth, and inclusion will be systematically mainstreamed across its programs based on regional and country-level contexts. Having used as the cross-cutting theme opens up the opportunity and platform for them to contribute and to be included in shaping the future of our food system. Malaysia fully supports the hand-in-hand initiative, which aim at accelerating progress to end poverty, hunger, and work towards agriculture transformations and sustainable rural development. Malaysia stresses the importance of data analytics and territorial approach to present evidence-based economic prospects and opportunities. Malaysia reiterates the catalytic importance of technical cooperation programs, TCP, and other technical work of FAO to be designed according to country-specific needs and customizations. Toward this end, Malaysia calls on FAO to intensify efforts to reach out to countries in order to raise awareness and increase the uptake of the technical cooperation program facilities. And Malaysia encourage FAO to actively and continuously involve in the assessment and evaluation of each country's need to prescribe tailored policy framework and practical tools under the 4 regional priorities, including the relevant programs priorities areas. Through engagement and consultations at country level, we provide richer input, increase country ownership on the outcomes of the implementation plan, and improve accountability. Thank you. And terima kasih.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Malaysia. May I now invite the distinguished delegation of India for his intervention, followed by the delegation of Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. India appreciates the presentation we made by Mr. Takayuki on regional results, priorities, 4 betters, and the SDGs. We appreciate inclusion of regional priority number 3, supporting inclusive rural transformation for sustainable agri-food systems and equitable rural societies. FAO's commitment to promote inclusive rural transformation, including economic growth and support to vulnerable populations to reduce inequality, leaving no country and no person behind, is most important and relevant priority for the region. Prioritizing the digital agriculture is one of the most important areas of work for FAO and members in the region during the biennium, is relevant and is expected to increase the efficiency and other areas of work. It is noted that this will build on ongoing work related to digital agriculture in the region. However, we would like to highlight that the issue of digital divide in the region. Some estimates point out that nearly 52% of the region's 4.3 billion people are not having access to digital innovations. There are fears that so-called digital divide could exacerbate inequalities and leave societies more vulnerable, especially smallholder farmers. The regional priority number 3 on inclusive rural transformation for sustainable agri-food systems and equitable rural societies should have clear results to strengthen the digital capacity of smallholders and their service providers and ensure all possible measures that reduces the digital divide and improve the access to all, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of India. May I invite the distinguished delegation of Bangladesh to take the floor, followed by distinguished delegation of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 4 regional priorities proposed by FAO are pertinent and relevant for the region. The first 3 in particular resonate for Bangladesh with the priorities we have set for ourselves. Bangladesh has also developed a national pathway document for transformation of food systems for climate resilient, sustainable, and nutrition sensitive development to accelerate progress towards meeting the SDGs. Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh echoed the need for greater regional cooperation and knowledge sharing at both the UNFSS and COP26 last year. We look forward to FAO's support in taking forward the hand-in-hand initiative, One Country, One Priority Product, and the 1,000 Village initiative as part of our agricultural sector transformation for prosperity. Transformation of food and agriculture system to respond to the new realities of meeting the ever-increasing demand for diversified, adequate, safe, nutritious, and affordable food and diets have been and continue to be one of the key focus area. With rapid urbanization and fast income growth, there are changing dietary patterns in Bangladesh. This has therefore led to greater scope for meeting the growing demand of higher value commodities. The hand-in-hand initiative has provided a robust framework using a market-based agri-food systems lens and a territorial approach to identify areas where agri-food systems transformation can be a driver of accelerated progress towards SDGs 1, 2, and 10 with the country. Jackfruit is the national fruit of Bangladesh. It has nutritional value, being rich in protein, micronutrients, and antioxidants, and can be a source of both livelihood and nutrition security. Several products can be developed from it. Currently, however, there is not much of jackfruit processing in the country. We look forward to FAO's support under the One Country, One Priority Product initiative to develop the commercial value chain of jackfruit and in the process ensure livelihood and nutrition security of small farmers and women, attract young entrepreneurs into agro-processing and develop both the domestic and export market. The Digital Village initiative will enable timely and need-based information reach our farmers and entrepreneurs and also improve market efficiency. We are already working closely with FAO Bangladesh under the hand-in-hand initiative. We see the need for a coordination and innovation hub that will serve as a nodal point of collation and dissemination of best practices from the region, develop partnership engaging with the private sector and other stakeholders, and promote greater cooperation and collaboration. Taking forward the national pathway commitments under the UNFSS also call for such a hub. We endorse the priorities set by FAO for the region and look forward to your support in transformation of our agri-food systems to accelerate progress towards the SDGs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Bangladesh. May I again kindly request all the delegates that the interventions be not more than 3 minutes so that all are have the equal opportunity to speak in the limited time frame. So may I now invite the distinguished delegation of Indonesia to take the floor, followed by distinguished delegation of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, since this is the first time for Indonesia to take the floor in this session, we would like to congratulate you on your appointment as the chairperson of the senior officer meeting of the 26th session of the APRC, and highly appreciate the government of Bangladesh for hosting and organizing this session. Indonesia welcomed the positive progress of FAO's works in the region, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, in supporting member countries to address challenges and meeting the SDGs targets, particularly SDG 1 and SDG 2. In line with the FAO new initiatives, Indonesia also views that digital innovation and science in agriculture is essential in enabling member countries to create more inclusive and sustainable agriculture and food systems. In our view, capacity building and investment to build and develop infrastructures are prerequisites so as to enable countries to utilize innovative technology that is suitable with their respective needs. Likewise, inclusive rural finance and agricultural insurance would be very important as well, as we constantly facing the impact of global climate change. We hope that FAO could continue to support realizing concrete deliverables within the region and each of its member countries, including the COVID-19 response and recovery program and other FAO programs and the hand-in-hand initiative. In this context, we particularly appreciate FAO's support to Indonesia through global or regional and country assistance projects, including the One Health, the food systems, and promotion of sustainable management and use of natural resources towards food systems transformation and achieving the SDGs. We support FAO's statement on the report on the important roles of partnerships with the private sector and other development stakeholders to develop innovations and technologies in realizing inclusive, measurable, and transformative change. We also encourage existing teamwork of FAO together with IFAD and WFP to continue to develop a more systematic UN Rome-based agencies approach to maximize impacts and support countries in achieving food security in a more inclusive and sustainable manner. In this regard, we would like to emphasize that Indonesia is ready to expand its partnerships and share our experiences, including through the framework of South-South and triangular cooperation, as well as the occasion of our G20 presidency for the Agriculture Working Group this year. With these statements, Indonesia endorses FAO's regional priorities 2022-2023 in the context of FAO strategic framework 2022-2031. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Indonesia. May I now invite the distinguished delegation of the Philippines, followed by Thailand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to present this statement on behalf of the Philippine government. All of us gathered here today are witnesses to how the global pandemic triggered an economic disruption that changed the world. Despite the challenges we encountered, we were able to embark on our respective country initiatives to help our people experience the four betters: better products for our farmers and fisherfolk, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for everyone. The pandemic has taken a heavy toll on Philippine agriculture, in 2020 as we faced other massive stresses such as volcanic eruptions, typhoons, infectious animal diseases like the ASF, and crop pest infestation. But it was also in the same year when our agricultural sector rose to the occasion and kept our economy afloat with a steady and affordable food supply for the population amid what is possibly the worst economic crisis since the recession of 2007 to 2008. In 2021, the Philippine Department of Agriculture launched the 1DA reform program with 18 key strategies to drive the agriculture and fisheries sector of the country towards inclusive growth, fostering an accelerated transformation of the sector into a modern and industrial one. Aside from this, the Philippines hosted the National Food Systems Dialogue, and the results served as the basis for the National Food Systems Transformation Pathway. Both initiatives of the Philippine government are supportive of the ambition and effort of the United Nations Food System Summit to launch bold new actions and solutions, leveraging healthier, more sustainable, and more equitable food systems toward the attainment of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Guided by the 1DA reform agenda and with the National Food System Transformation Pathway in mind, we have moved forward on developing policies and programs that are aligned with the FAO's Asia-Pacific regional priorities. However, to advance these programs, we need support in creating more public and private partnerships and in putting in place better capacities to leverage future investments for sustainable agri-food systems with large-scale implication on decreasing and eliminating poverty and hunger. We recognize that this conference plays a central role in gathering member countries in a venue for sharing experiences, best practices, and strategies in ensuring a stronger, more sustainable global food system in the aftermath of the pandemic. These exchanges can help inspire and facilitate collaboration among member countries in the region to uphold a collective response that is science-based, inclusive, and innovative with the support of FAO headquarters, regional, and country offices. The FAO's Asia-Pacific regional priorities identified in 2022-23 should be able to help us address our key issues and challenges in the region. We will also explore opportunities for the Philippines through the new corporate FAO strategies such as the One Country, One Product and One Digital Villages initiatives. We thank FAO for this and look forward to working with FAO and other member countries to accelerate the achievement of our shared objectives. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation from the Philippines. May I now invite distinguished delegation of the Thailand to take the floor, followed by the delegation of China.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I'm delighted to speak on behalf of the Royal Thai government at APRC. Thailand appreciates the outcome of the FAO work in the regions during the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic during the last biennium. And also we recognize that the hand-in-hand initiative and the One Country, One Priority Products initiative and also 1,000 Digital Village make considerable advancement and also develop a working partnerships and knowledge sharing platform among members in the regions. We would like also to thank FAO Regional Office for its assistance and support during the national dialogue in preparation of the UN Food System Summit. And we are expecting that the outcome of the implementation and actions following the UN Food System Summit will build better and impacts in transforming sustainable agri-food system. During the past years, socioeconomic impact of transboundary animal diseases and plant pests in Asia and the Pacific represented major threats for food securities and livestock sectors development. Degradations and loss of biodiversity, soil, water, and marine resources are also continuing at the unprecedented rate and threaten a range of human activities. The FAO strategic framework with the 4 pillars and the 4 regional priorities presented by Mr. Takayuki provide a clear focus, directions, and guidance in building healthy, sustainable, resilient, and equitable agri-food system at the national and regional level. Thailand would like to underline that the 20 PPA and the 4 regional priorities proposed for the next biennium align with the Thailand's national agriculture and cooperative strategies in several aspects. First, Thailand has recently adopted the bio-circular green economy model to increase sustainability and resilience of its agri-food system and to reduce greenhouse gas emission and food loss and waste. Second, the 3S policy, namely safety, security, and sustainability, is being implemented by key stakeholders around agri-food systems in the country to transform our agri-food system through adoption of the BCG economy model and also the sufficiency economy philosophy, and ensure sustainable use of natural resources, soil, water, biodiversity, and marine resources. Last, Thailand is committed to become greener kitchen of the world and to continue producing food and agricultural products with greater responsibilities for our planetary boundary. We meet here at the APRC every 2 years. After the meeting, we need to continue accelerating our action, minimizing outcome on the ground at the country level. We need to use and strengthen the existing mechanisms of the regional commissions, such as the Animal Production and Health Commissions, AFCA or Asia Pacific Fishery, Forestry, and Plant Protection Commissions. These regional bodies and platforms may contribute to build better link, better connections, and better collaboration between FAO and technical agencies and departments of the members, because we want to narrow the gap between FAO and the technical agencies at the country level. Thailand committed to build a better collaboration with FAO and share our expertise, our experience, and lessons learned with other members. Finally, with our solidarities and mutual interest, we together will build better agri-food system for our people in the regions and our planet. With these comments, Thailand endorsed the 4 regional priorities identified for the next biennium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of the Thailand. Distinguished delegates, may I humbly again kindly request that the intervention should be no longer than 3 minutes. Now, may I invite the distinguished delegation of China, followed by Japan.
谢谢主席。首先呢，祝贺部长先生当选这次会议的主席。感谢孟加拉国组织安排这次会议。各位同事，中方同意通过2022到2023年度4个区域优先重点，认可各计划重点领域与落实区域优先重点的关联性。同时，我们愿意提出3条建议：一是加强伙伴关系建设，通过南南合作、手拉手机制和倡议，帮助亚太区域发展中国家开展技术合作、能力建设和经验交流；二是着力推动科技和创新，帮助发展中国家提高数字治理能力，提高农业科技的贡献率；三是做好经验分享和推广，通过加强全球重要农业文化遗产等项目，推广农业良好做法，挖掘传统农业发展潜力。谢谢。
Thank you very much, the distinguished delegation of China. May I now invite the distinguished delegation of Japan for his deliberation, followed by the distinguished delegation of the New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Chair. Japan supports regional priorities for Asian Pacific presented by Secretariat. In this occasion, Japan would like to comment on 4 issues: the role of FAO in promoting digital technology for food and agriculture, sustainable fisheries, and One Health approach, and sustainable forestry. First, we will try to improve the productivity in agri-food system and efficiency of the supply chains. Innovation, digitalization, and utilization of science and technology will be the key to break through the current difficulties and bring transformative changes for the future. So for promoting digital agriculture, Japan has a high expectation for the role of the international platform for digital food and agriculture established by FAO. Japan is willing to actively involved in this platform activities. In order to realize sustainable fisheries, sustainable food system, Japan is promoting transformation into more effective resource management, sustainable aquaculture production system that does not rely on natural resources too much, and marked distribution system that prevent illegally harvested aquatic animals and plants from distribution. We expect FAO to continue to make wide-ranging efforts towards sustainable use of fishery resources and sustainable development of fisheries and aquacultures. In collaboration with SIDS, Japan has been engaged in international cooperation such as accepting trainees and providing technical guidance through Japanese experts in order to promote the sustainable fisheries industry in the PICs. Based on the concept of the One Health, Japan has been tackling to prevent zoonosis, to promote actions against AMR, and to strengthen diagnosis capacities and the performance of veterinary services in the Asian Pacific region. We are looking forward to continuous activities through a closer collaboration with WHO and OIE without duplication of works among these organizations. As the international demand for sustainable wood products is increasing, Japan has taken many actions with ITTO, which leads Sustainable Wood for Sustainable World, SW4SW, initiatives in cooperation with FAO. In Asia, ITTO launched the first project to promote sustainable use of wood in Vietnam, funded by Japan, and we intend to promote similar projects in other Asian countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Japan. Now, the distinguished delegation of New Zealand has the floor, followed by Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand welcomes that FAO is seeking more guidance on regional priorities. FAO's increased focus on and engagement with SIDS is evidenced by many of the initiatives highlighted in this paper. In particular, we note the positive regional engagement of Pacific Island countries in the SIDS Solution Forum and its platform, and New Zealand is looking to engage more actively in this initiative. We would be interested in understanding more on the One Country, One Priority Product initiative to understand its value addition to regional priorities. We note the pilot program proposed by for the Solomon Islands, and we're following that closely. Like many other delegations here, New Zealand also would like to endorse the 4 regional priorities identified for the 2022-23 biennium. And Chair, just a few specific comments on the priorities across the 4 betas we'd like to make. Firstly, in relation to support for the development of national pathways and regional partnerships towards more productive and sustainable agri-food systems, New Zealand would be interested to understand how the new coordination hub can support the Pacific transformation pathway. In terms of development of capacity and fishery stock assessment for management and monitoring of the Sustainable Development Goal number 14, addressing overfishing and IUU, any support must be closely coordinated with regional agencies such as the FFA and SPC, given the significant work already underway on these topics. Climate change mitigating and adapted agri-food systems. We welcome this area of focus, given regional priorities and New Zealand's own programs in the region. Our focus is to ensure synergy and not duplication in support. And lastly, Chair, in relation to the Hand in Hand initiative, we note that Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Tuvalu are working towards the use of the flagship geospatial platform and partnership modality. We continue to monitor progress of the Hand in Hand initiative in the Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of New Zealand. May I now invite distinguished delegation of Papua New Guinea for its deliberation, followed by distinguished delegation of Samoa. Distinguished delegation of Papua New Guinea, you may please unmute yourself and then speak. Okay, we can now give the floor to the distinguished delegation of Samoa, then we'll come back to again Papua New Guinea. Distinguished delegation of Samoa, the floor is yours.
At the outset, Mr. Chairman, Samoa congratulates the government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh for hosting the 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Chairman, Samoa's continued dependence on imported processed foods, rising burden of non-communicable diseases, vulnerability to climate change, immediate threats of the potential incursion of pests and diseases, such as the African swine fever, the fall armyworm, and the Quampau type of the coconut rhinoceros beetle, and inherent limitations of our small island economy pose challenges in ensuring sustainable agri-food systems that can cater for our people. The COVID-19 mitigation has actually amplified many of these challenges, resulting in further reduction in our food and income securities due to financial pressures and the regular disruptions in the food supply chains. Mr. Chairman, with the support from the FAO and other UN agencies such as the UNRC and IFAD, Samoa has completed the formulation of its National Food Systems Pathway 2030, comprising of 14 pathway actions, which paves the way to transform our agri-food systems for a resilient and healthy Samoa, and also help us achieve the 2030 agenda. Samoa therefore welcomes and supports the fourth regional priority, namely building sustainable and resilient agri-food systems in the Pacific small island developing states. Mr. Chairman, let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge with much appreciation FAO's assistance and its MBI on COVID-19 response and recovery for Samoa, which has helped improve and increase production through sustainable agricultural production practices. It has enhanced our capacities in poultry production and management practices and beekeeping for honey production. And also it has helped improve access to markets for our smallholder farmers through market access trainings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Samoa. May I invite again the distinguished delegation of Papua New Guinea. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We in Papua New Guinea, we like to endorse the FAO 4 regional priority areas as presented. We are appreciative and thankful for FAO's support in Papua New Guinea and our country program that is being run. FAO PNG, Papua New Guinea also endorses and supports the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 23 and the 4 betters and the 20 program priority areas that is contained within. Papua New Guinea is appreciative of FAO's support to the country program. We have a EU straight program that is being implemented looking at cocoa and vanilla and fish production and productivity, and so appreciate the FAO support in the Digital Village initiative, which been implemented. There is a wide gap between the rural and the urban. The digital technology literacy level is quite wide and low in Papua New Guinea. So in the use of digital tech, empower people to embrace digitalization of agriculture. Papua New Guinea, we also appreciative of the One Health program in Papua New Guinea, where it has been implemented over a couple of years now. We have African swine fever in the country and also fall armyworm in the country, where 7 monitoring and control measures have been put to help alleviate or reduce African swine. Pig production and pork consumption in the country is very important in terms of culture. It is important that we need to strengthen those issues. So One Health program advance our food security situation as well as achieving our SG21 and SG22. Papua New Guinea also have a food systems program initiated under the Global Food System Summit last year. So we will be looking towards fast tracking and developing our transformation of our food system in the country, where we would look at vulnerable and critical areas where malnutrition is high and wasting is high because of the remoteness and consumption of imbalanced diet by the people. So this is one area that we need to strengthen under the food systems program into the future. Labor mobility is an issue for Papua New Guinea under the food systems, where young people today are not taking up agriculture as expected. So this is one area we need to work very hard for Papua New Guinea, where the young people can take up agriculture in a serious way as compared to our forefathers, where agriculture was a mainstay, where food production and agricultural commodity production were at their peak. So this is one area where we need to look at for strengthening our food system. That includes productivity and production aspects of our food systems in the country, where research and development plays a critical role in enhancing our production and productivity in the country. That train and value streaming is quite important for Papua New Guinea, where we have an IFAD project where it is looking at area where we need to strengthen market access, where people can strengthen their food security system as well as their self-sufficiency and market access. So with that, Chairperson, I would like to make maybe a comment. There needs to be some more awareness for Papua New Guinea in some of the program priority areas. Example, one country, one priority in which Papua New Guinea has some relationship with other countries. Hand-in-hand initiative, this is one area where, as our previous speaker from New Zealand has alluded to, where Papua New Guinea, Solomon Island,
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Papua New Guinea. Could not hear a few words from you, so I appreciate if you can upload your comments to the email of the APRC. So now I would like to go back to the civil society organizations. I see no request from the civil society and the private organizations. So I would like to now request Mr. Hagiwara to respond to the question raised by the distinguished delegates on the agenda item 20. Mr. Hagiwara.
Yes. Excellencies, and thank you very much for your great comments that we received. There are lots of the comments are very relevant for our future implementation of the work, and we will.
Sorry, Mr. Hagiwara, may I interrupt you? Mr. Hagiwara.
Yes, please.
Sorry for the interruptions. If we got one request from the civil society organizations, ASEA, so I'd request the civil society organizations, the distinguished representative of the civil society organization. Yadra. Yeah. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to give an intervention on the FAO priorities in the region, guided by the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031 that strongly supports the achievement of the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. I am Marlene Ramirez, Secretary General of the Asian Partnership for the Development of Human Resources in Rural Areas, or ASIADRA. The 4 regional priorities and the program priority areas and the accelerators and cross-cutting themes provide a comprehensive view of the outcomes that we all hope to achieve in the next 10 years. As a regional network of rural development NGOs in Asia, we are able to connect to a number of our own priorities. So we are encouraged to pursue partnerships, not only at the policy level, but I think more importantly in the actualization of these priorities at the national level through our partner rural development and rural people's organizations. It is important for us that global and regional dialogues and meetings such as this redound to concrete participation and benefits for partner grassroots organization at the local level. Just like FAO, many of us in the CSO community are fully convinced on the importance of the SDGs as common reference in our work. ASIADRA's own strategic plan in the next 5 years carry the lens of the SDGs, and the past 4 years, we have invested in building understanding on the SDGs vis-a-vis our work for rural development and poverty eradication, and in developing strategic partnerships to align the work that we do at the local, national levels with various stakeholders for greater results. As a partner of FAO, we try to contribute in achieving shared agenda at different levels. For example, at the local level, we invest in animating the global action plan of the United Decade for Family Farming. We keep track of the progress of our work on these as a member of the CSO World Coordination Committee of the UNDFF. At the World Committee for Food Security of CFS, we work with FAO in rolling out one of the important CFS policy instrument, the Responsible Agriculture Investment. And regionally, we support as convener of the CSO ad hoc committee for the FAO, APRC, and the CSO consultation in conjunction with the APRC. Some of our ongoing actions at the regional national levels respond to the 3 regional priorities and also contributes to achieving the 4 better targets. A few examples would be providing financing and advisory services to small-scale farmers organizations in Southeast Asia, which respond to better productivity, with all farmers organizations empowered in the full value chain. Capacity development in the CFS and ASEAN guidelines on responsible agriculture investment, with particular focus on women and youth. We also embark on case documentation on responsible agriculture and youth and gender, including advocacy for a Magna Carta for young farmers in the Philippines. We also support the drafting of the ASEAN Rural Development Master Plan to elevate rural development as an important pillar in building resiliency in the region, with integrated territorial, rural, and agricultural development as core implementation approach, and a study towards the potentials of piloting the digital village initiatives in at least 4 countries in ASEAN, with farmers organizations and cooperatives as entry point. With FAO, we hope to make agriculture digitalization work for small-scale farmers and fishers organizations. So finally, from our experience, there are many opportunities for cooperation and convergence with FAO and member states, but there are also many constraints. But we believe that if we can all commit to pursue gender cooperation, genuine partnerships across sectors and amidst our diversity, we could surpass these obstacles. So along these, we specifically propose to FAO to invest in sustaining and regularizing broad CSO, FAO government consultation processes at the national level to help track implementation of APRC resolutions, to contribute to FAO programming at the national level, and optimize possible synergies for more sustainable actions. Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, distinguished representative of ASEADRA. Now, Mr. Hagiwara, it is your time to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the member countries as well as the civil societies. And we really appreciate the comment we received, and we noted all the comments, which is a lot. So we will incorporate your comment into our work. And in order to achieve the regional priority, we really need to work together with the members and through the country office, regional office, sub-regional office, and we will try our best to achieve the proposed regional priorities. And thank you very much for your support, and then we will definitely achieve the proposed regional priority. Thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hagiwara, for your responses. So thus the item 20 is concluded. I now ask the Office of Climate Change to present item 21, update on the development of the new FAO strategy on climate change. May I request Mr. Eduardo Mansur, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to confirm that you can hear me. Good afternoon for the participants of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference. My name is Eduardo Mansur. I'm the director of the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment. I'm speaking to you from the headquarters of FAO in Rome. If the colleagues could help me with the PowerPoint, I will quickly introduce you the agenda item 21, which relates to the document APRC 2210, update on the development of the new FAO strategy on climate change. Next, please. Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants, next slide, please. The next slide would show you that the new strategy of climate change is a contribution to the implementation of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031 and relates to the recommendations that came out from the Conference of the Party of the United Nations Framework Convention on climate change, from the UN food systems, and is based on the latest scientific evidence, including the latest IPCC reports that recognize the unequivocal human influence on climate change and call for most urgent actions. All these efforts in this slide contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, and particularly in our case, on the SDG, on the FAO contribution to the SDG 13, the SDG on climate action. FAO carried out in 2019 an evaluation of the FAO contribution to the SDG 13, and the conclusion was that we need to have a new strategy to upscale, to enhance the ambition and the actions towards involving agri-food systems in the solutions to the climate crisis. Next slide, please. This strategy is done in close coordination with other similar regulations and instruments in FAO, like the FAO strategy on the private sector, the FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity, and the FAO strategy on nutrition, and the FAO corporate strategy on climate, on environment. And of course, it's being developed in tandem with the new, the FAO strategy on science and innovation. Next slide, please. We are, during this month of March and until May, carrying out consultations to the regional conferences and to the regional groups to obtain elements for finalizing the draft of the strategy that will be submitted to the program committee and the council for hopefully for approval in the next FAO council in June here in Rome. So this is the timeline as from the start of the evaluation I mentioned to you to hopefully the approval and then the development of the action plan. Next, please. The strategy is formed by these 5 sessions that you can see here. It has a brief executive summary. It's going to be a short document, not more than 20-21 pages, focus on the climate change, the threat that climate change represents for agri-food systems, the scope of the strategy, the pillars for enhanced action, and basically is divided in 3 main pillars, one at global and regional action, one at country action, and one at local action, and then measures for implementing and monitoring the implementation. Next slide, please. The strategy is based on these 10 guiding principles, focusing on the agri-food systems approach, having people at the center of its action, promoting good practices and innovations based on science and evidence, having country-driven climate actions, delivering through partnerships, particularly through South-South and triangular cooperation. I have to inform this audience, Mr. Chairman, that yesterday, the regional group of Asia had the chance to discuss here in Rome the first draft, the 0 draft of the strategy, and the point of South-South and triangular cooperation has been one of the points in very much motivated and enhanced by the members of the regional Asian group here in Rome. We also focus on mainstreaming gender equality, youth engagement, and let me go back. Yes, please, thank you. In the inclusive multi-stakeholder approaches, in the scaling up the investments through vertical funds to bilateral funds to increase action, and adopt a non-one-size-fits-all approach. Next, please. This diagram shows more or less the theory of change, and I would like just to show you the process of thinking that has been done from the underlying causes and the challenge to the type of support that FAO can produce, and then the pillars, the global, regional, country, and local levels, under which there are 2 outcomes. Based on the outcomes, there will be action areas that will guide our action plan for the implementation of the strategy once it's approved. You can see here also the impact and the vision that is also available at the document that you have in your hands from the documents available for the conference. Next slide, please. I would conclude, Mr. Chairman, telling you what's new comparing to the strategy that we had produced in 2017, not long ago. This particular new strategy aims to raise the ambition and to better align with the Agenda 2030, to promote interlinked challenge, not only on climate, biodiversity, desertification, ecosystem degradation, the renewable energy, all the different aspects that contribute together. It is also a contribution to the implementation of the latest international pledges and initiatives, such as the Methane Pledge and the Forest Pledge that has been done at COP26 in Glasgow last year. It addresses holistically the different aspects of agri-food systems, crops, livestock, forests, fisheries, aquaculture, and its value chains, including livelihoods and ecosystems. It builds on potential to combine adaptation and mitigation. The agri-food sectors are probably the most efficient and cost-effective options to address climate change. Combining adaptation and mitigation is also one of the characteristics of our sectors that we would like to explore further with the implementation of this strategy. Scaling up financing investment is essential. As you know, FAO is an implementing agency of the Green Climate Fund, of the Global Environmental Facility, and of the Adaptation Fund. These are vertical funds, but not only those, other opportunities also to scale investment, including from private-public partnerships and the involvement of private sector. The role of carbon markets should be explored. Of course, science and innovation is the basis of the FAO work. It's not different in this strategy. The strategy also explores new avenues on bioeconomy and circularity to promote sustainable agri-food systems and build on multi-stakeholders partnerships and FAO comparative advantage. Next, please. With this, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to address the questions of this honorable audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo Mansour. Now the floor is open to those delegations who wish to speak on the agenda item 21. I kindly request that interventions be no longer than 3 minutes, so that all the delegations have an equal opportunity to speak in the limited time available. The distinguished delegation of Malaysia has the floor first, followed by the distinguished delegation of Australia. Distinguished delegation of Malaysia, close is yours.
Video.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Malaysia welcomes the 9 guiding principles described in the new strategy outline, particularly with regards to the guiding principle 1, take an agri-food systems approach that is aligned with one of the 3 key policy principles under Malaysian National Agri-Food Policy 2021 until 2030. A paradigm shift towards a sustainable food system adapted to climate change for a sustainable farming and food system. Malaysia recognized that in order to address climate change, a comprehensive shift towards modernization and innovation is imperative. In this regard, we are pleased to see that FAO embraces innovations in guiding principle 3, as the promotion of innovation is essential for sustainable agri-food transformations. And highlighting concrete example and best practices of relevant innovative solutions tailored to context specifies focusing on climate smart agriculture, smart farming, or precision agriculture would have far-reaching benefits to member states in the advancement of agri-food transformations. Malaysia National Agri-Food Policy 2021-2030 and National Food Security Policy Action 2021 until 2025 also outline the strategy to advance towards sustainable agriculture practices and food system, which also mirror efforts to mitigate the impact of climate change on the food system under the new FAO strategy on climate change. Firstly, by driving greater adoptions of sustainable farming practices with utilization of bioresources across the food production value chain, particularly on farmlands for the purpose of improving food safety and reducing environmental pollutions. Secondly, promoting conservation and preservation of biodiversity and natural resources for sustainable agriculture would maintain the benefits of biodiversity provided to humanity, including food security, nutrition, and livelihood. Malaysia highlights the importance of ensuring that under second strategic pillar, country level scale up climate actions on the ground is reflective of the diverse needs and realities of regional and countries' priorities and circumstances. So the strategy's implementation can be tailored to national circumstances. Malaysia reiterates that FAO must be cautious in prescribing the most suitable implementation plan to be integrated into the national framework at country level in order to avoid the one-size-fits-all approach. Finally, Malaysia is in the opinion that the new FAO strategy and climate change must complement the agriculture system transformations and enable member states to accelerate their responses to the climate crisis by having feasible actions and implementation plans to achieve agri-food system transformation and towards the sustainable development goals. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Malaysia. The distinguished delegation of Australia, the floor is yours, followed by the distinguished delegation of Japan. Distinguished delegation of Australia, we can't hear you properly. Probably you can unmute yourself and try again.
Apologies, Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, distinguished delegates. Australia welcomes the update on the new FAO strategy on climate change, and we express our appreciation for the inclusive and transparent consultation process that has characterised the development of this strategy to date. We highlight the importance of ongoing consultation, in particular with members who are unable to engage through traditional channels in Rome. We also emphasise the importance of the FAO addressing this issue in line with its mandate and not engaging in substantive debate on matters which are more appropriately addressed in expert climate change fora. Australia supports the recommendation of the 132nd Programme Committee, which was welcomed by the 168th Council, that the strategy should consider the diverse contexts, specificities, priorities, and capacities across regions, countries, and at the local level. In this regard, we request further information, preferably in writing, on how the unique challenges facing Asia and the Pacific will be acknowledged within the strategy, particularly the proposed concrete action plans that are intended for implementation at country level as foreshadowed under point 16K. Australia also supports the 132nd Programme Committee's recommendation that the strategy include reference to utilising and building on lessons learned in climate mitigation and adaptation in agriculture and food systems. We consider including options to collate and reflect on future lessons will ensure leverage of FAO's comparative advantage in this area and avoid duplication while addressing and responding to climate challenges in line with FAO's mandate. In closing, we reiterate the importance of the FAO, the UNFCCC, and other relevant organisations continuing to closely collaborate on the agriculture, food security, and climate nexus in line with the outcomes of COP26. This will ensure the FAO strategy on climate change contains the most up-to-date science and evidence-based approaches to tackling climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Australia. May I now invite the distinguished delegation of Japan for his intervention, please, followed by the distinguished delegation of Nepal.
Thank you, Chair. To ensure food security, it will be the key to build a climate resilient agricultural food system. It is important to enhance both productivity potential and sustainability by conducting adaptation and mitigation activities on climate change in a proper manner. It is quite important to mainstream climate change to national food and agricultural policies, which is described in the outline of the new strategy. Japan launched the strategy for sustainable food system midly last May, which aims to enhance productivity potential and ensure sustainability in agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and food sectors. Based on this strategy, we are promoting variety of actions on climate change, such as achieving zero CO2 emissions from the agriculture, forestry, and fishery sectors, realizing long-term and massive storage of carbon in forest and wood, cropland, and ocean sun, and so on. In addition, Japan is working on climate change adaptation, including dissemination of forest conservation and utilization for improving regional resilience in mountainous watersheds by strengthening the function of forests to prevent and mitigate impacts of disaster. Also, Japan has been implementing capacity building on agricultural soil carbon sequestration in developing countries. In addition, Japan would like to emphasize that there's no one-size-fits-all solution, as stated by Malaysia, and FAO should fully consider different circumstances in each country when developing the new strategy. From this perspective, we support the Para 28, put farmers, fishers, foresters, pastoralists, and vulnerable people at the center. It is important to take approaches based on different circumstances in each country. Also, innovation is important for the transition towards sustainable food system. So from this perspective, we support the Para 28, also embrace innovation. Embrace innovation as one of the key concepts. FAO should develop a new strategy, taking into account members' comments as much as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation from Japan. May I now invite distinguished delegation of Nepal for his intervention, followed by distinguished delegation of Bangladesh.
Honorable Chairperson, Nepal lies in the upstream Himalaya and the terrain quietly changes from the Tarai to Himalaya. Its the altitude ranges from 60 meters to 8,848 meters. So the effect of the climate change in Nepal is quite high compared to other countries, and the impact are on the smallholders and the hill farming. Because of this, the defarming in the hill has been increased in the days, and also it has impacted the livelihood of the smallholder farmers. So particularly, we need to internalize, and also it also has impact on the downstream countries. So the effect of the climate change need to be well internalized in case of the developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Nepal. Now, the distinguished delegation of Bangladesh, the floor is yours. Followed by distinguished delegation of China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates. Bangladesh appreciates the development of FAO's new climate change strategy, building on the outcomes from COP26, as well as the Food System Summit. Bangladesh is among the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change, which poses a long-term threat to our country's agricultural sector, particularly in areas affected by flooding, saline intrusion, and drought. Today's food system is fragile. Getting the food system right is central to a resilient recovery plan for the pandemic. FAO strategy on climate change will go beyond business as usual options, addressing the root causes of climate change and opening new pathways paved with green and climate resilient solutions. We really expect to go beyond business as usual. and to address the root cause, not repeating the things that are being done by others. We need to concentrate on sustainable growth as well as finding ways to increase productivity without adversely impacting the environment, and adopting climate smart strategies to develop the climate resilient food systems. We believe that RBA Coordination Hub, as part of the Food System Summit follow-up, will assist the member states in this regard according to their local need and context. Having said this, Bangladesh would like to highlight on the following 3 points. First, main concern should be given on adaptation rather mitigation. Second, Bangladesh being the chair of the 55 Nation Climate Vulnerable Forum and hosting Climate Finance Summit in the country few months before, would like to emphasize FAO management to be creative in identifying financing mechanism and innovative partnership to address climate challenge in the context of the transformative agri-food system. And third, our Apex Research Institution, BRRI, has carried research on greenhouse gas and got significant new knowledge on GHG emission from rice cultivation. The result has been published in the International High Impact Factor Journal. The result shows that rice cultivation absorbs about 2,200 gram carbon dioxide equivalent from atmosphere and emit about 2,122 gram of carbon dioxide equivalent greenhouse gas for 1 kg rice production. Therefore, rice cultivation does not pollute, rather it cleans the atmosphere. This result has been peer-reviewed while published. We urge FAO to convene a conference of experts across the region to further examine evidence on this aspect and contribute to the body of knowledge and also to global environmental and climate negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Bangladesh. I would like to now invite distinguished delegation of China for his deliberation, followed by distinguished delegation of Thailand.
谢谢主席。中方对粮农组织聚焦应对气候变化对农业粮食体系产生的影响，积极推动新版气候变化战略制定进程表示赞赏。我们认为气变战略应注意以下3点：一是应关注气候变化导致的气象灾害对农业生产和小农生计造成的威胁。正如刚才尊敬的孟加拉代表所提，应搞清楚灾害的原因，对症下药。希望粮农组织帮助小农等弱势群体提高风险抵御能力，提高农业系统韧性。二是应强调可持续农业在应对气候变化挑战中发挥重要积极作用，应注重宣传和推广良好做法，如亚太地区多个全球重要农业文化遗产项目都提供了农业适应和减缓气候变化的优秀范例。三是鼓励粮农组织加强筹资和发展创新型伙伴关系，通过南南合作、手拉手等机制和倡议，帮助亚太区域发展中国家建设绿色和气候韧性农业。谢谢。
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of China. May I now request distinguished delegation of Thailand to take the floor, followed by distinguished delegation of New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Thailand support the draft new strategies on climate change and appreciate the ongoing consultation process with the members. As Mr. Mansour mentioned earlier, just yesterday we met with the representative of Asia Group in Rome. Climate action is one of Thailand's national priorities, and we realize that the adaptation and mitigation of climate change must be tailored on specific local conditions and capacities and capabilities available on the ground. We support the proposed 3 pillars of actions of FAO draft strategies on climate change, and we would like to share some views as follows. First, we emphasize the need to echo the important roles of agriculture, livestock, and agri-food system in being part of the solution when enabled to contribute to the reductions of biodiversity loss and to increase carbon stocks, while at the same time providing safe, healthy, and nutritious food. Second, we need to scale up the implementation and of the policy and actions on the ground, especially those policy and action targeting smallholders, farmers, and indigenous people who are the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, in order to facilitate their access to finance services as well as knowledge and innovation. Third, we need to stocktake, reassess, and evaluate the existing climate mitigation and the adaptation practices of the members and also other stakeholders to analyze and identify trade-off in order to ensure a proper balance among the 3 pillars of sustainability. We think that the FAO can play a key role in arranging the science-based knowledge sharing platform where members can exchange and learn good practices. Thailand is now transforming its agri-food system toward increased sustainability and adopted bio-circular green economy model to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reduce the food loss and waste. Recently, Thailand Consortium on Livestock and Aquaculture, including government, private sectors, producers, and academia, signed the collaboration agreement on the reduction of greenhouse gas emission along the livestock and aquaculture supply chain. And finally, we encourage FAO to take a leading role and to continue effort to in monitoring, evaluating, and communicating sustainable innovative solution for climate change adaptation and mitigation in the agri-food system for members to achieve their national commitment to achieve SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Thailand. Now, the distinguished delegation of New Zealand, the floor is yours, followed by distinguished delegation of Samoa.
Thank you, Chair. And we fully support the development of the new strategy for climate change, and this being a key guiding element of the FAO's program of work. We've fed our specific comments into the program committee, and we're broadly supportive of the proposed vision, guiding principles, theory of change, and the pillars. We welcome the inclusive approach to the consultations, and I just want to take this opportunity to highlight to the Southwest Pacific regional group members that we have our consultation this Friday, 11th of March, at a time that is suitable for Pacific delegations in New York. So we would welcome as many participants as possible to feed in more detail our comments from the Pacific region, given how important climate change is to our region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of New Zealand. May I now invite distinguished delegation of Samoa to take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegation of India.
Mr. Chairman, Samoa does not need to remind the conference of the disastrous impacts of climate change on the Pacific sits, especially the low-lying sits. So Samoa welcomes the update on the development of this new strategy. For information of the conference, as part of our mitigation efforts, the forestry division of our other ministry, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, have achieved the planting of 2 million trees. And they plan, in partnership with our Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, to plant another 1 million trees, but this time to mix it with food trees such as coconuts, breadfruits, and fruit trees. as part of our food security and nutrition. Samoa would also like to register its appreciation to FAO via its FAO sub-regional office on various projects to assist us to increase the Pacific SIDS resilience to the impacts of climate change through the Coronavia Joint Work on Agriculture. And also thank you to FAO for the support to help Samoa develop its agricultural climate change policy. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Samoa. May I now invite this distinguished delegation of India for his interventions, followed by distinguished delegation of Cambodia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We welcome the strategic pillar number 3, that is farm level, build capacity through innovative package of solutions. We appreciate that this pillar aims to accelerate FAO's support in empowering particularly those who are most at risk from the changing climate in agri-food systems, including smallholder farmers and other most vulnerable population. The farm level is not explicitly covering all the most at-risk communities. If relevant, this may be changed to local level. We would like to highlight that the titles of the outcomes are not consistent with the description above in the document. For example, the word decarbonization is confusing in the context of smallholder farmer, as the impacts of climate change on them are far more than their contribution to the climate change. Considering this, we propose that the outcome B may read, actors are reducing emissions from the agri-food systems through improved practices, green and climate resilient pathways. Similarly, the outcome C may read, farmers and other at-risk population receives support to adopt innovative and climate resilient practices. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of India. Now, the distinguished delegation of Cambodia, the floor is open for you.
Mr. Chairman, in the item 21, Cambodia would like to thank FAO for always support the royal government of Cambodia. Cambodia would like to confirm our support to the FAO climate change strategy, which is in line with the Agriculture Development Policy 2021 to 2030. It is Actionable Agricultural Strategic Master Plan 2030 and the Climate Change Priority Action Plan 2021 to 2030, which has developed and been developed with close cooperation and support by FAO at the country level. Mr. Chairman, FAO as a specialized agency has an important role to play in technically supporting member states to take action to promote climate resilient and sustainable agri-food system. Cambodia is still lacking technical and institutional capacity in various aspects to fully achieve all the goals I highlighted earlier. Also, we need to technical assistance for developing finance product to climate change adaptation for all smallholder farmers, including the smallholder fisher and forester in Cambodia. Cambodia needs technical assistance from FAO for assistance, for instance, in strengthening our legal framework and capacity in climate change risk assessment and intervention for agriculture, in geospatial monitoring system, climate information and agrometeorological services, and in building digital agriculture. FAO can help member states to promote innovation in agri-food system through value chain support, green urban food system, and improvement of food control system from farm to fork. FAO can support the member state to promote market-based mechanism and incentive through ecosystem restoration, reducing deforestation, but promoting agroforestry and tree plantation, which is a source of food, fuel, fiber, and non-timber product. FAO can help support evidence-based assessment, which can be used to guide decision on policy and highlight gaps and options for further action. Harmonization of policy development action are centered and to be developed for agriculture production and trade in sector. Lastly, FAO also specialized agency and convener can bring all stakeholders together, public and private sector, development partners, and civil society organizations to ensure inclusive dialogue on policy and action to promote climate resilient and sustainable agri-food system. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Cambodia. Are there any further questions or comments or deliberations from member countries? I see no other interventions from member states. So now we'll now hear from the observers from the civil society and private sector. I see no hand raised or request from the observers from civil society or private sector. So at this time, I would request Mr. Mansoor to respond to the questions and comments that we have just heard on item 21. So over to Mr. Eduardo Mansour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I must say the 11 interventions that we received from the member countries are very inspiring, and they really help us get enthusiastically in this final pathway to finalize the draft for submission to the FAO statutory bodies. Let me recognize the aspect raised by Malaysia on the not one size fitting all, which has been also endorsed by other members, and which is now one of the guiding principles of the strategy, has been well absorbed and welcomed. On the Australia questions regarding how the strategy addresses the specific issues of the Asia-Pacific, preferably in writing, we took good note of it. We will make sure that you receive the information in writing. But if I would, from the discussion we are having here, if I would get one keyword to discuss the interventions of the FAO strategy on climate change in Asia-Pacific region, I would maybe select vulnerability, because it's a very diverse region, as has been clearly explained, for instance, by the representative of Samoa or the distinguished representative of Nepal. Very different ecological situations, but equally important in terms of the vulnerability for food production and for food security in the members of this region. We will make sure that not only the resilience aspect is covered, but I have the feeling that for this particular region, resilience is one of the key aspects that the strategy should deal with, as also through the adaptation to climate change and disaster risk reduction, which has been presented also as one of the important aspects of Japan, who reinforced the importance of addressing and preventing impacts of disaster risk reduction. We thank him for the indication that the importance of forest conservation and sustainable management of forests can play on this regard. We very much appreciate the intervention of Bangladesh, the host country of the conference. FAO is very honored to have Bangladesh as the host country. And the 3 points are well taken care of in the strategy, Madam Representative, rest assured for that, being it the adaptation as a main pathway in the strategy, as it's the major interest of members from the South, from the Global South, on the climate financing identification, and especially on the good examples. It's so interesting to see from the regions examples that can be shared on how agriculture and agri-food systems can be part of the solution. We appreciate the information provided from the research on rice in Bangladesh, demonstrating, as Madam Representative mentioned, rice being a clean cultivation. We know that wet rice is also a source of emission of methane, and it can be converted as one opportunity for sustainable management of rice bed. So we appreciate that. Examples like another example that is fascinating is the one given by Samoa, when reforestation or tree planting involves fruit trees, improving also the availability of food resource for the country. So these are the examples that will make this strategy, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, a success. On the comments provided by China, thank you very much for highlighting the importance of the agriculture heritage system, the agriculture heritage sites, as examples of good practices, and vis-a-vis the importance of innovation, also for a resource mobilization, and the focus on the smallholders. From the distinguished representative of Thailand, we took very good note of the thank you for supporting the pillars as they are presenting, and the information that has been provided on emphasizing the agri-food as part of the solution, not only for carbon, for the climate crisis, but also for biodiversity loss and for production of healthy foods. This is the spirit of this strategy, the integration aspects. The highlight on the importance of smallholders and the indigenous peoples, the need to build from the 3 pillars of sustainability, including, of course, the economic, social, and environmental aspects that are related to our activities in agri-food systems when addressing the climate crisis, and the FAO capacity to lead as promotion of innovative solutions. We thank you very much, the distinguished representative of New Zealand, for referring to the consultation to the Southwest Pacific group that will be held this Friday, 11th, in a time in the afternoon here in Rome, in a time convenient for the distinguished representatives that are based in New York, in United States, to participate. I already referred to the importance of the experience of Samoa, but thank you very much for referring to the Coronivia Joint Work in Agriculture. We have a big expectation towards COP27 in Egypt that the Coronivia Joint Work in Agriculture will gain a new momentum there. With the comment provided by the distinguished representative of India, we took very good note of the issue regarding decarbonization. I can assure you that we are addressing this, meaning that it's not referred anymore in the text of the strategy as it was, but it's going to be mostly the importance of recarbonizing the farming systems to help decarbonize the economy. And thank you for the support on the Pillar 3, which is our action on the ground. From the Cambodia, we took very good note of your comments on the importance of tree plantation, ecosystem restoration, but especially the innovation through market-based mechanisms and private-public partnerships, but not forgetting the important roles of the civil society organizations. I think these are the comments we took note from my side. I have my colleagues from the drafting team attending this session here in Rome, as they are taking good care, taking note of your comments, and you are welcome to provide them, of course, through the Secretariat of the conference in writing, because this one of the aspects that we praise most in the formulation of this strategy is that it has to be participatory, because we want to have a big buy-in This is the strategy of all of us. FAO implements on behalf of its members, and we want to have your voice clearly spelled out in the document. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour. At this time, I would like to invite the representative from the Office of the FAO Chief Scientist, Ms. Ismane Alaofi, to present Agenda Item 22, update on the development of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. Ms. Alaofi, please take the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, good evening, Assalamu alaikum. Really a pleasure to be with you today, following my colleague, Eduardo Mansour, to talk again about another strategy that is really very crucial for FAO and FAO strategic framework implementation. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to briefly present some of the key elements of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy to the 36th section of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific. The full presentation is available as a video recording, and I hope that most of you were able to see it, because it includes update to the guiding principle, the outcomes which were made after the document were prepared for the regional conference. So the presentation, it's an updated version of the document that was shared with you. Science and innovation serves as a foundation for FAO strategic framework for the next decade, 22-31, and cut across all key dimensions of the strategic framework. The accelerators, it cut across the accelerators, the cross-cutting team, the 20 program priority areas, as well as the regional initiatives. The vision of the strategy on science and innovation, it's a world free from hunger and malnutrition, where the potential of science and innovation is fully leveraged to overcome complex social, economic, and environmental challenges of agri-food system in a globally equitable, in a globally inclusive, and again, globally sustainable manner. So if we look at what are the goals of the strategy, so our goal with the science and innovation strategy is that members harness science and innovation to realize context-specific and systemic solutions for more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food system, so that we get to our 4 aspirational betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. So through this goal, we are intending that the strategy will support the delivery of the FAO strategic framework for the next decade, which is part and parcel of the Global Development Agenda 2030. So the cascading of those strategies is very important, and we need to keep them always in perspective within that. So let me give you a few highlights of the scope of the strategy. The strategy covers all sectors and areas of agri-food system and the full range of scientific discipline and the diversity of innovation types, all types of innovation. It also recognized the need for systemic approaches and the inclusion of the knowledge of small-scale producers, local knowledge, and indigenous people knowledge. The strategy also gives particular attention to the need of low and middle income countries, because they are the ones that need it the most to really achieve the Global Development Agenda. Data is an integral part of the science and evidence-based decision-making. The strategy will be implemented in strict compliance with the FAO policies on the protection of data and intellectual property rights currently under development. And there was a session on it just yesterday or the day before. So we have 7 principles for the strategy. So the strategy on science and innovation is people-centered, it is gender equal, it's evidence-based, it is needs-driven, sustainability aligned, risk-informed, and ethic-based. And we have 3 pillars for the strategy. The first one is strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making. Our second pillar is supporting innovation and technology at regional and country level. And our third pillar, it's reinforcing FAO capacity so that we better serve our member states. With these 3 pillars, we have 2 cross-cutting enablers that will catalyze the achievement of the outcomes, which are grouped under 2 pillars. The first one is transformative partnership, including all actors. And the second one, it's innovative funding and innovative financing. Let me explain a little bit more what are really the outcomes that we are looking for under each of this pillar. So we have 8 outcomes that are grouped under the 3 pillars, and of course, the 2 enablers that you see on the right side. It might be a bit short for me in 4 minutes to give them, but you have them in the document, you have them in the presentation, and basically they are providing a bit more guidance of what we mean by each pillar. So very succinctly, let me share with you how the roadmap and how we are moving towards completing the process of developing and getting the endorsement for the strategy. The formal process, as you know, kicked off with the presentation of the outline and the roadmap to the program committee in November. Then we got the endorsement of the council in December for the roadmap and the outlines. An initial informal consultation took place with the members in September 2001, and we had the second one in February 25th. The revised draft strategy will be considered by the program committee in May and by the council in June. As you know, the outline of the roadmap document and an update on the development of the strategy is on the agenda of all regional conferences, like ours today with the Asia and Pacific. And also all regions have organized their regional meetings on the strategy with input from the country offices. And I have to salute and commend the ADVs, the regional ADVs leadership in doing those regional consultations. Just to close, given the importance of the strategy, particularly as one of main strategies to implement the strategic framework of FAO for the next decade, we hope that it will be endorsed by members in the council in June. With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to hearing your feedback so that we can make sure that the strategy responds to your priorities, your need, and that is really well suited for the Asia and Pacific region, and it is fit for purpose. Thank you very much, and I will stop sharing my screen. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elofi, for your nice presentation. The floor is now open to those delegations who wish to speak on agenda item 22. I kindly request again that interventions be no longer than 3 minutes so that all delegations have an equal opportunity to speak in the limited time available. The distinguished delegation of Japan has the floor now.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the detailed explanation, Chief Scientist Ismail. First, I would like to express sincere gratitude for all the hard work FAO has made so far for developing the new strategy. I stress that you have full support on this from Japan. Taking this opportunity, Japan would like to make 4 points. First, Japan underlines science and innovation have a key role to play in order to achieve a sustainable agri-food system in the world. We believe science and innovation are the 2 major factors that enable FAO to strengthen its own core functions. The word innovation has a wide range of meanings. It includes lots of different elements. Therefore, Japan scored there's no one-size-fits-all solutions to successfully transform our agri-food system in sustainable manner. One single innovation cannot be applied to all the countries because different countries have different contexts and different natural conditions. Japan kindly requests that the new strategy should have this phrase: "There's no one-size-fits-all solution in itself." Second, the investment in the agriculture sector. Agriculture is one of the major sectors that have great impacts on the global climate, whereas the investment for the innovation in agriculture is far from the size it should be. For instance, the agriculture sector accounts for about 20 to 30% of the total emission of greenhouse gases, but only 3.6% of the total climate finance goes to the agriculture sector. Therefore, driving more investment for innovation in agriculture is of great importance. Third, the linkage between the new strategy and international platform for digital food and agriculture. Japan would like to be involved in the international platform for digital food and agriculture. The platform has a great potential and a key role to play to enhance the digitalization in agriculture. Therefore, Japan kindly asked FAO to involve some explanation about the link between the new strategy and the platform, especially from the viewpoint of how new strategy helps the platform functioning better. Last but not the least, Japan has a various knowledge on science and technology. We are ready to share it with the world. Our knowledge can be quite useful, especially for the countries in the Asian monsoon regions that have hot and humid climate like ours. Just feel free to talk to us whenever you need knowledge and experience from us. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Japan. May I now invite distinguished delegation of India, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mahane, for the excellent presentation. We welcome the strategy identified enhancing access to science and innovation by small-scale producers, including women and youth. It is to recognize that there are a number of formal and informal institutions at the national level, that is self-help groups, farmers organizations, agricultural extension, non-government organizations, commodity groups, etc., contributing to enhancing access. The strategy should also include areas related to promoting and strengthening these national and local institutions to achieve access to scientific knowledge and innovations and their scaling up. There is wealth of knowledge, science and innovation available at the global level. The main issue is the access and affordability of the science and innovation to most in need. It is important to recognize the importance of partnership and sharing of best practices and knowledge management for the benefit of all members. It is also to highlight that there are a number of national agricultural research and higher education institutions contributing to promote science and to develop evidence. This should be acknowledged, and this strategy should also focus on strengthening the institutions by analyzing their gaps and initiate or strengthen partnerships for exchange of best practices. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of India. May I now invite distinguished delegation of Indonesia, followed by distinguished delegation of China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and also thank you for the nice presentation of agenda item 22. Indonesia, thanks to the Secretariat for the update on the development of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. We appreciate that the development of the new strategy will be a key driver for the achieving the SDGs, as it aims to boost the value chains of agricultural products to ensure food security, improve nutrition, generate income, and preserve the environment. In this regard, we support the guiding principles in the draft strategy, which stresses the importance of scientific and evidence-based, effective governance, local adaptive, country regional context, and partnership. We recognize that a substantive benefit of innovation to achieve the SDGs. Thus, we recommend FAO to ensure access, affordance, and uptake innovation to every entity. Therefore, we will suggest to change the word promote to ensure in para 14D, in brackets part of C objectives. Mr. Chair, we also would like to underline the importance of the pilot or demonstration project to accelerate the implementation of this work. Finally, Indonesia has many useful experiences and successful practices in promoting science, innovation, and technology. And through FAO, we would like to expand and share our experiences with members in need, including within the framework of South-South and triangular cooperation. I thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Indonesia, distinguished delegation of China. You may now take the floor, followed by distinguished delegation of Bangladesh.
谢谢尊敬的主席先生，我们也感谢卡洛阿菲女士刚才的介绍。中方支持两种组织全面加强科学与创新工作，发挥全球引领作用，以帮助成员国提高科技创新水平。我们鼓励两种组织做好3个方面的工作：一是加强数字化创新工作，帮助成员国提高数字治理水平；二是加强与研究部门与私营部门合作研究；三是做好技术推广，使科技与创新成果服务产业发展。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegation of China. May I now invite distinguished delegation of Bangladesh for his intervention, followed by distinguished delegation of Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to respond. Distinguished delegates, Bangladesh delegation commends the chief scientist and her team for developing the outline and roadmap of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. We strongly believe that the strategy will focus on scaling up the access of technology by the small-scale farmers and producers, including youth and women. Needless to mention, the accessibility and affordability are the two sides of the coins which need to take into consideration while developing the strategy. Excellencies, innovative and digital agriculture, mechanization, diversification, and commercialization are key components of the future of agriculture in Bangladesh across all sectors, including crops, horticulture, livestock, fisheries, and forestry. Harnessing the power of innovation to create a digital Bangladesh will help us rebound from the economic shock of COVID-19 and further accelerate our country's development as we move towards a becoming middle-income country. Agriculture remains an important sector of Bangladesh's economy. Unfortunately, it is being held back by lack of economic competitiveness. The sector consists mainly of smallholder producers who often struggle to compete commercially and whose resilience to shocks and change is fragile. Digital innovations will increase market efficiency and help connect millions of smallholder producers to consumers. In Bangladesh, precision agriculture has great prospect as our country is highly natural calamity sensitive, and through it, we can easily take measures to prevent our agricultural products from damage caused by natural calamities. However, considering the existing agri-value chain of the country, data is presently getting digitized only between the processing companies and the large distributors. Negligible transactional data can be tracked from the distributor to the retailer further to the farmers. We appreciate and hope the roadmap and outline will facilitate an inclusive process of engagement of member states for the development of the strategy, which will be a living document, because all the member states are not in the same level of advancement. For example, in biotechnological research, this calls for supporting enabling environment for countries where applicable. With this, Bangladesh supports the outline and roadmap of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Bangladesh. May I now invite the distinguished delegation of Australia for this intervention, followed by distinguished delegation of Thailand. Distinguished delegation of Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Australia strongly supports the FAO's renewed focus on science and innovation, and we express our appreciation for the inclusive and transparent consultation process that has characterised the development of this strategy to date. We highlight the importance of ongoing consultation, in particular with members who are unable to engage through traditional channels in Rome. We believe that an overarching corporate strategy is an important way to target and align the work of the organisation, especially at the country and regional level, and we appreciate that the strategy recognises no one-size-fits-all and seeks to ensure FAO is well placed to address differing needs, priorities and capacities. Australia also welcomes the focus on strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making and considers that co-design approaches will be critical to achieving this. We are also pleased to see emphasis on using systems and multidisciplinary approaches to solve food challenges, the critical role of the private sector as development partners, and the intention for a learning and improvement loop in the accountability framework. In line with recent governing body discussions, we reiterate the importance of accurately reflecting the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other multilaterally agreed language and concepts in this strategy. Finally, we also highlight that the FAO's reputation as a trusted source of scientific-based information, together with the FAO's ability to engage effectively with stakeholders at all levels, will be critical factors underpinning the successful delivery of this strategy, particularly at a local level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegation of Australia. Distinguished delegation of Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and also I would like to express our appreciation to the brief presentation made by Chief Scientist. Thailand welcomed the development of the new FAO strategies on science and innovation. Thailand places significant importance on the development of science and technologies as game changers, leading to the transformation toward more sustainable and resilient agri-food system. Thailand strongly support the development and dissemination of technology that accessible, affordable, user-friendly, gender-sensitive, age-sensitive, and best suitable for smallholders of all ages. And we are expecting that FAO will play a key role to support the members in providing a list of options or a list of menus of suitable and affordable technologies, because we know that technologies and innovation come with cost, and not all countries can be innovators or technologies creators. And that's why FAO can help the members to provide us an options which technologies can be used locally and adapt well with the local situation. And also we are expecting that FAO can provide our support of trainings on the use of innovative technologies to bring maximum benefit to the members and also our small scale producers. We would like to emphasize that the development and selection of these technologies must be focused on the need of the small holder farmers, family farmers, youth and women, and also take into considerations the trend of the aging agricultural workforce. For example, in Thailand is also faced with the aging farming societies. Our farmers are getting older and older. Meanwhile, the numbers of young farmers are declining, which may lead to challenges in maintaining the country's agricultural sector's competitiveness, sustainability, and food security. In this regard, the technology support and enhanced communication between FAO and members would be of great benefit to facilitate access to knowledge, innovation, and finance support for investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegation of Thailand. Are there any interventions from the member countries? I see no other interventions. So thank you. We'll now hear from the observers from civil society and private sector. No hand raised. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. At this time, I would like to request the representative of the chief scientists, Ms. Ismane Laufi, to respond to the questions and comments that we have just heard from agenda item 22. So the floor is for the representative of the chief scientist, Ms. Laufi. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And let me first really thank all the countries from Asia and the Pacific for their support and welcoming the strategy and agreeing with us that this is very important for us to have a corporate strategy on science and innovation so that we boost the use of science at all levels. So let me address one by one. For Japan, let me start first with the esteemed representative from Japan. We fully agree with you that really we need menus of options. We cannot really have one size fits all approach. And the reason behind it is that really, as you said, and as many of the other countries expressed, the context is quite different, and not only biophysically when we talk about the ecosystem, but also culturally, the policy framework, the different components, be it economic, be it social, be it biophysical, they are quite different. And we have to keep in mind that not all innovation will serve everybody, not all technology is going to serve every context. And that it's very much reflected in the guiding principles, where we insisted that really whatever solution has to be needs driven. On the digital platform, on your second point on investment first, I can't agree more with you. Really, we need to drive more investment to the agriculture sector, innovation and technologies. And really, this is start by investing more in research and development. So we need more investment in the research and development in the agri-food system. And we need also more investment and more conducive environment towards more in private sector investments as well for scaling up and for taking the innovation to the market. I couldn't agree more with you. The numbers, when we compare them with many other sectors, are really in the 1% if you compare with the automobile, for example, or the medical or many other sectors. And we see a lot of emphasis lately for green or climate-related finance. And that's where really maybe the agri-food system has to think about how could we account more for the carbon sequestration? How could we transform our agri-food system to reduce the greenhouse gases so that it's part of the climate action, so it's part of the new grant financing internationally, particularly. On the point on the digital platform, the international digital platform of the agri-food system, its main function is to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and experience on best practices and on policy approaches between stakeholders, including member states, including agribusinesses, the private sector, the farmers, the civil society, the academia, and the international organization. And the platform aligns very well with the pillar 1 of the strategy in terms of strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making. So your point, it's well noted. We will make sure that we are working really closely on the platform. We are also planning to develop science, technology, and innovation platform that's going to be really very connected to the international platform for digital food and agriculture. The idea is really to bring to bear all the sciences that exist, or all the technologies, and have them really in a format that really serves the policymakers, serves the farmers, serves the investors, and so on and so forth. And thank you very much for offering Japan science and technology and innovation capacity. So that's very generous. For us, sincerely, all of Asia are both beneficiaries, but also contributors. There is a huge innovations that we are seeing in Asia, and we are counting on Japan and many other countries in Asia to provide us to both contribute and benefit from the science and innovation strategy. Let me move now to my dear colleague from India. And thank you very much. I think you stressed the key point, which is accessibility and affordability, and we heard it from other interventions as well. And really, that's the purpose. That's the purpose that actually we are putting in place science and innovation strategy. As you know, FAO is a technical agency of the United Nations. It has been always scientific. It has been always driven by science and innovation. But really bringing in the strategy is to boost it much more. It's to push for harnessing much more the science and innovation and technology at large. And one of the components that we have to take care of, it's the accessibility to the knowledge in a format that is useful for the actors, but also the affordability. And that's really very important because we see a lot of knowledge that already exists that is not scaled up. And we have really to look at the affordability and also a holistic approach. What is missing? Is it policy? Is it engagement of partners? Is it other economic factors? So it's very important. And one of them we know, particularly for small scale producers in the least income countries, it is the cost of innovation. It's very high, and in many ways, it's far from the farmers. They can't really afford it, and we need to look at ways and means to make it affordable for them, either to change it, or maybe in terms of manufacturing, or maybe in terms of partnership or engagement of the partner of the private sector. There are different entry points to solve the issue. On partnership and knowledge sharing, I couldn't agree more with you. And the idea, that's where when we talk about really strengthening our capacity within FAO to serve the members, there it has a huge component of partnership with international organization, regional organization, but also national organization. We recognize that some of the countries have huge national systems that are bigger than many famous international organizations in research. So we need really to link up with them, not only because of their size and their capacity to help, but also because they know the context better. They have all the local knowledge that can help us really intervene in a very efficient way. Let me move to the representative of Indonesia. Thank you very much. We again salute and thank you for your support to the strategy. Again, along the same lines of really ensuring accessibility and affordability, I couldn't agree more with you. So that's the intent. It's really analyze it and provide the countries with policy advice, technological advice, framework advice to make sure that we provide you with the advice that hopefully will allow the countries to put that whole framework to make sure that the innovation works, that the innovation drive transformation of the agri-food system. By the end, it's that transformation provide a better livelihood to the small scale farmers. So, and we said it many times throughout the strategy, that's our focus. Our focus is to bring science and innovation and make it affordable and accessible to those that need it the most. On South-South and triangular cooperation, I think it's a great mechanisms that will serve us very well. And we are discussing with the South-South and triangular cooperation, how could we really use it more to bring that accessibility and that reach out in terms of science and innovation. Let me move to the colleague from China, from Mara. And thank you again for the support of the strategy. Again, here, I think data and data governance, and it's the same. It's about, again, accessibility. So data right now, it's a huge area that is undergoing a lot of changes. It's an area that is allowing a lot of private sector new innovations. We have to make sure that that data is well used, that the data granularity, particularly in the least income countries, again, it's there, that we understand what's happening and that we have as robust data as we are seeing, for example, in the OECD countries. So both ways and means to gather data, ways and means to compile the data and provide it to policymakers and other users, but also maybe ways and means we are even looking at ways to mine data using artificial intelligence with different languages. So there are the published data. There is also a wealth of data that is not published globally or maybe not translated. So all methodologies, and particularly using artificial intelligence to understand better those data and to compile them and synthesize them and provide that information to the member state, it's an area that we are looking to and that we are really paying a lot of attention, because data is power. And as we are going forward with our new quantum development, it's going to be even more important than ever. Partnership with the private sector, it's an area that is flourishing again. If we want to really bring innovation to scale, we need to engage private sector. But private sector doesn't need, in my mind, it's not multinational. We need really to encourage small and medium enterprises at the local level. So that this is how we're going to get youth. And I think we have a great example again in China and other Asian countries of how youth came back to agriculture using data, science, and innovation. So absolutely, we fully agree with you, and we're going to take those comments in consideration. Let me move now to the esteemed representative from Bangladesh. And again, we fully agree with the accessibility and affordability. It's crucial. We can't stress it enough. And I hope that in the strategy as it is right now, it's stressed enough. If need be, we can add more stress on it. Again, innovations, we are looking at all innovations, from technological innovation that includes digital to policy innovation, financial innovation, institutional innovation, social innovation. So there is a huge component of innovation, because technological enough cannot make it. So we need really the intervention to be on different fronts so that the technological innovation gets us the impact. But that technological innovation most of the time require us to think out of the box in terms of finance, or in terms of policy, or in terms of partnership, and so on and so forth. So digital, it's very important, particularly digital taking it to the farmers. And we are thinking that digital, I mean, most probably, one of the areas where we saw less and less investment is the extension services, which actually it's an important component of adoption of technologies at the farmer level. We saw over the last 30 years that there is less and less investment in it. Some countries privatize it, some countries kept it public, but it's not working as well as before. And digital innovation could help us really to reimagine completely how we do extensions. We saw a little bit of many young people getting into it and using the digital platforms to both provide advices to farmers, paid advices, be it on when to put fertilizer or how much to irrigate or many different components in the production system. So digitalization should be for the small scale farmers. So whether we keep it as pure public or we make it as a partnership with the private, we need to really harness the power of digital to help the farmer have access more to information and allow them to adopt those innovations, hopefully to allow them to have, again, a better income and a better livelihood out of their agriculture investments and agriculture related businesses and work. Let me move now to the colleague from Australia. Thank you very much for stressing the need for the corporate strategy per se, but also for the inclusive, to praise the inclusive manner on which we are developing the corporate strategy. So we are trying to keep it at a high level so every country can use it. And our DGs again stressed last week that what we are intending to do, it's really providing you with the menus of option. And that menus of options should be catering for all key ecosystems, catering for all kind of countries, regions, and what have you. So FAO definitely is a knowledge house. It is already known for its technical capacity. There are certain areas where we are stronger than others. We need to really recognize which one we are the best at and which one we need to improve more. And that improvement doesn't need all to be in-house. It could be through partnership. And the partnership, it's really large. It's with all actors. But we have a convening power. Our convening power with 194 countries is amazing. And that's where all kind of peer learning, South-South, triangular cooperation, having countries like in Asia where you have the same country could be beneficiary, but also a provider. All those kind of approaches and innovation, FAO is willing to take it on, and that's why we are developing a strategy so that really we get to the 4 betters. And again, here, our innovation definition per se, and we have a definition in the strategy, it's very broad. It's all kind of innovation because we recognize that only one aspect wouldn't serve us. And to the ambassador from Thailand, again here, a holistic approach, it's very much needed. And that's really what we are looking for, a needs-driven strategy, but the solutions as well, I can't agree more with you. And maybe on the training and capacity building, and particularly towards the youth. So we do need really to change the farming society. We need to bring in more youth to the ag sector. And if we keep agriculture as a productivity or the production side only, we won't be able to bring in youth. We can only attract youth if we look at the whole agri-food system. And I think that's what we have gained in 2021 is that we are all talking at the system level. And at the system level, it goes even beyond farm to fork. It goes to connect in energy in agriculture. It goes to transportation in agriculture. It goes into many other aspects when you look at the agri-food system. And that's how we're going to attract youth. We attract youth if we are thinking about how could they be part of the agri-food system. If they don't like maybe the production side, so be it. Let them more involved in the input side or in the post-harvest or in the logistic or maybe in the carbon accounting of the agri-food system and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of aspect that really, and that's where we have to talk to education as well and universities. We need new degrees that are better suited when we talk about the food system. I remember in my time in Canada, it took us really years to get certain degrees of food safety because as a Canadian Food Inspection Agency at that time, we realized that we are spending 6 months to 1 year training vets to become a food safety specialist or maybe training some nutrition people to look at the food safety and nutrition. So by the end, we approach the universities to create new degrees. So it's very important for us now that we are talking about agri-food system to include in it all the other aspects, including education, capacity building, training, to make sure that the transformation is holistic. And the transformation by the end, again, as we say in our strategic framework, it's to have a better agri-food system that really will allow us hopefully to get a better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. So the leaving no one behind is very important, and having all those 4 betters, and the size of those 4 betters will depend again on the countries. Every country has the menu to pick and choose where they want to have the focus more based on their own context. With that, I hope I covered all questions, Mr. Chair, and I'll give you back the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ilaofi, for responding very elaborately to each and every comments of the member countries. So now I would request the rapporteur to present the summary of the discussions. So over to Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present the summary of the session 2. We have completed 3 agenda items, agenda item 20, 21, and 22 in this session. We thank the countries for their responses to the 3 agendas, and the SOM deliberated 3 items in this session. The first item was the SOM was informed of the regional results priorities, the 4 betters, the sustainable development goals. The SOM appreciated outcomes of FAO work to support members in the region during the last biennium, and despite the considerable challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Members endorsed the 4 regional priorities as important contribution to the supporting efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems in the region, and acknowledged their connections to the corporate program priorities areas of FAO's strategic framework. Highlighted the importance of expanding partnership in the region to bring technology, innovation, and resources, and to widen the impact of FAO's work. Urged the knowledge sharing and exchange of good practices that can support sustainable agriculture and inclusive growth in the region, including through the High initiative and One Country, One Priority Product initiative. Members also emphasized the transformative potential of evidence-based science and innovation approaches, and the need to promote these throughout the region, as well as importance of supporting digitalization, including through the Digital Villages initiative. Recommendation from the floor to the FAO are promote agri-food system transformation to make improvements in the areas of sustainable and climate resilient agriculture, improved uptake of agriculture technology, improved market access, and trade and sustainable natural resource management. Ensure that the cross-cutting themes on gender, youth, and inclusion will be systematically mainstreamed across the programmatic work of the 4 regional priorities. Engage members on implementation tools and approaches under each of the regional priorities, including through consultations to foster awareness and encourage country ownership on their implementation. Build capacity for development and in implementation of sustainable fisheries management plans, fisheries stocks, assessment, and sustainable aquaculture systems in cooperation with relevant regional fisheries bodies. Expand work on sustainable forestry, notably sustainable production and consumption of wood, including through regional cooperation. Strengthen One Health capacity development and work to prevent zoonotic and AMR in the livestock sector. Next, item number 21 update on the development of new FAO strategy on climate change. The key message and takeaways in this item from the floor is members welcomed the new FAO strategy on climate change, including the inclusive and consultative processes adopted to develop the strategy. Supported the principles underpinning the strategy development, particularly the need that implementation of the strategy to be tailored to specific national and local circumstances. Emphasize the critical need to tackle the root causes of climate change, impact on the agri-food system, and to address the vulnerability of countries and the communities in the region. Recognize the role and comparative advantage of FAO in supporting learning and exchange across the countries on new innovations, technologies, and partnerships, and scaling up the adoption of new measures through access to climate finance and guidance to process such as Coroniva joint work on agriculture. Member countries called on FAO in this agenda item 21 ensure that the specific needs of the member and the relevant stakeholders from Asia and the Pacific are reflected in the new strategy and implementation. The last agenda item was SOM was informed on the development of FAO science and innovation strategy. Members welcomed the development of the FAO science and innovation strategy, including in transparent and inclusive consultation process. Highlighted that while science and innovation is critical for agri-food system transformation, innovations need to be account for national circumstances, as one size does not fit for all. Emphasize the role of the South-South and triangular cooperation for scaling of science and innovation in agri-food system transformation. Emphasize the role of the South, encourage the FAO to continue science and innovation work, especially data and technologies to allow the industries to benefit from science and innovation. Called for dissemination of affordable, accessible, locally adapted science and technology, and SOM recommended that FAO adopt a regional approach when implementing the strategy, promote science-based approaches at country level, and ensure that knowledge, science, and innovation are accessible to all. And finally, strengthen knowledge management and exchange as critical issues, including for local traditional knowledge through platforms, including digital ones and international fora. These are the summaries from the second session that we captured as a reporter. And thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rapu, for the synopsis of the very interesting discussions just held this afternoon. Now, I would like to request the distinguished Assistant Director General of FAO, Mr. Jong Jim Kim, for his concluding remarks of the day.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. First of all, let me extend sincere thanks to the distinguished member states and the participants for very active engagement and most insightful comments you have provided. We have well taken note of all those comments, and this will be taken on board in the implementation in the next 2 years. This morning we discussed 5 most relevant technical topics. We highly appreciate your very rich and substantive comments. Also this afternoon, we discussed 4 regional priorities for this biennium. And also we have introduction of new strategies, one for the science and innovation, and the other on climate actions. Let me extend special thanks to the member states for the strong support and the endorsement of 4 regional priorities as we proposed. Also, we highly appreciate your welcoming these 2 strategies, which we consider very important. And your most valuable comments are very useful for finalizing and further refining these strategies. I think it is important take on board the voices of the member states in this region, Asia and the Pacific. Since rapporteur has already shared the summary of the deliberation, let me just highlight a few key messages I have taken from your comments and guidance in general term, since the specific responses have been already provided by the presenters of the different agenda items. First, one size fits all should not be the approach, but the tailored solutions to the context and the specificities should be the way we have to explore. Second, we need to pay more attention to the vulnerables, smallholders, women, indigenous people, and small and medium-sized enterprises. Third, we should go beyond the business as usual. In this sense, innovation, science and technology would be very important. And science-based, evidence-based, and the data-based analysis and solutions will be critical. Fourth, sharing and exchanging good policies, practices, and the solutions among member states will be very useful. Particularly, several member states emphasize the effective use of platforms for sharing and exchanging knowledge and experiences. Fifth, of course, in implementing all those important initiatives, priorities, in investment, financial support to people in need, resource mobilization would be critical. And in this sense, we highly appreciate the contribution, voluntary contributions, particularly from the member states in this region. And most importantly, we need to transform these strategies, priorities, programs into action. So implementation will be most important in next 2 years, and regular monitoring and evaluation should follow. I think those are the key messages I have taken from the very rich discussions and most useful comments from member states this morning and afternoon. We will continue to discuss important topics tomorrow at the side events. We have a number of side events on seed solutions, on hand-in-hand initiatives, and the various important. So I very much look forward to your active participation in the side events tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Assistant Director General of FAO. with his valuable comments, now I would like to declare that the agenda item 20, 21, and 22 are now closed. And before we close for the day, I would like to ask the conference secretary if he has anything for announce.
Thank you, Chair. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us all day, and we've reached the end. So before we close, some very quick announcements. As has been said before, the drafting committee will meet in 30 minutes time. This is on Zoom, so there's a separate link, and this has been sent to all those who wanted to attend that meeting. And this will be chaired by the rapporteur, and he will be supported by the secretariat. So you're all invited to join the drafting committee and complete the drafting of the report of the senior officers meeting this evening. Second, as we said earlier, we will have the side events tomorrow starting from 8:30 in the morning, going right up to 2 o'clock. There are 2 field trips in the morning. There is a virtual field trip, which will be for 1 hour and will take place from the plenary venue. Of course, we can all follow it on Zoom. There will be a physical field trip kindly offered by the government of Bangladesh, which will leave at 8:30 from here, and it will come back by midday, by 12 noon. So those who want to go on the physical field trip will need to leave from here. They can assemble just outside the venue here and leave at 8:30 a.m. and come back by noon. The rest of the side events will proceed as scheduled from this particular room. So these are the 2 things that we just wanted to mention to you. And tomorrow we will inform you further on some of the announcements regarding the evening schedule for tomorrow, as well as the inaugural ceremony, which will take place on the morning of the 10th of March. So with that, we thank you for being here, and I hand it back to the chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dharmapuri, distinguished delegates, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much for your cooperation and support. And we are almost within the time of today's schedule. So once again, thanks for the cooperation. So with this, I would like to end the day 1 of senior officials officers meeting of APRC 36. This is the end. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.